with a poem that's
My
relevant to.
apologies. Go
Want me
ahead.
to pause? Okay. Okay, so you're recording. Okay. So yeah, I was saying that I will close the talk with a poem in order to integrate the right side of my brain and the left side of my brain and present it from like a whole brain perspective. So before I recite the poem, I should probably give you a little bit of background about myself. I am not a natural scientist or cosmologist. I am a social scientist that is currently interested in questions of culture and cosmology. And I want to note that the slides are verbatim because I'm on Zoom. If it's annoying, you can just minimize the screen. So my background, I have a BA in political science, a communications degree, that's a master's degree, and a PhD in critical discourse analysis, or CDA. I also worked for many, many years as a political analyst and was a political activist. I was on the front lines of what was called then the anti-globalization movement, but I've moved away from both of those now and kind of look more at the big picture. So in CDA, which is my field, language, words, and narratives are understood as integral and indispensable mechanisms of power and control that exist alongside other more direct mechanisms such as brute force. In this understanding, discourse is linked to power, and whoever controls dominant discourse, be it through textbooks, entrenched science, laws, or the mainstream media, ultimately controls society. My interest in mainstream cosmology, therefore, is in its capacity and complicity as a master narrative and dominant discourse. By extension, my interest in alternative cosmological models, such as the electric universe, is in their potential capacity to oppose or resist dominant discourse and power. So this is how I approach cosmology because I am not a cosmologist. I am also a spoken word artist and performance poet, and I would like to begin today's presentation with my poem that I wrote many, many years ago called Remembering. Again, sorry, you're going to have the verbatim text because I didn't know how to minimize it.
That's just fine.
And I heard them whisper, I've lost myself. I am like a dream I can't remember. One that lingers throughout the day and weighs heavy on the mind, but whose details are blurred and hazy. And if I could remember the dream, then I would remember myself. But perhaps you are not fully awake, I said. Perhaps you're in the world between worlds, where what seems real is actually fake, wherein we live while we are sleeping and dream while we are awake. What if life till now has been but a waking dream, a game of hide and seek, in which we hid ourselves from ourselves so well that we forgot who we truly are. And then history simply unfolded like a collective amnesia. Confused and disoriented, we went looking for ourselves in science and technology, mass wars and the aristocracy, shopping malls, stock markets, and whiskey. It was progress with a capital P. But lost in the dream, little did we realize that we were progressing towards our own demise. For what if this man-made civilization is against the natural vibration? What if the path is the destination and we have chosen to waste it on mindless accumulation, condoning genocide for superior nations? What if we are marching and running towards our own damnation? For you see, this rat race has no finish line, no medal, no grand prize. The rat race will never help us remember. It only further closes our eyes. For what if the question is not just, why am I alive, but how do I choose to live? What if the purpose is not to take, but has always been to give? To give yourself and to share this gift with all of life and all that exists. Can we remember? Okay, so that's the poem. Are you still with me?
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, I wrote this poem that was called Remembering 10 years ago. It came to me ironically in a dream. The overall message of the poem is that humanity is lost and looking for itself in all the wrong places, and ultimately that we're marching towards our own demise. I believe that another way to say this is simply that humanity's in crisis. And I think the message of this poem is more relevant today than when I wrote it 10 years ago. There's no denying that humanity is presently in deep crisis. To be sure, we are currently witnessing what the United Nations describes as a genocide in real time. Now, I do not say this because I happen to be half Palestinian. I say this because I'm a human being afraid that we may have lost our humanity. So in today's talk, I will explore the crisis, its possible causes, and whether there is a way out. Specifically, I will argue that Western civilization is in deep crisis, that a main cause of the crisis is a flawed worldview and its attendant brain imbalance, that the solution, therefore, would be a new or different worldview and proper brain balance, and finally, that the electric universe model of cosmology may help us address both the crisis and the imbalance. I had a previous online series for the Thunderbolts Project, and it dealt with cosmology and culture. In that work, I argued that standard cosmology is presently in crisis as defined by Thomas Kuhn's paradigm shift model, that cosmology impacts and shapes the broader culture, and that cosmology or standard cosmology has negatively impacted broader culture via its contribution to the rise of moral relativism and the promotion and celebration of paradox and contradiction in society. These points may resurface in today's talk. So overall, though, in today's presentation, I take a deeper look at the broader cultural or civilizational picture. Now, the words culture and civilization are often used interchangeably, though the latter is actually broader. Civilization encompasses culture, which is defined as the pattern of behavior of groups within a civilization. Culture includes everything from art, philosophy, and religion to science, politics, and economics. Basically, it encompasses everything we are and do as a civilization. Now, it has been noted that, quote, civilizations can be saved from falling or failing through strong cultures, end quote. So the opposite, therefore, must also be true. A weak culture can lead a civilization to fail and fall. I want to point out that I use the word weak to refer to integrity, not physical strength. And the definition of integrity is, quote, being honest and having strong moral principles, as well as the state of being whole and undivided. And for this presentation, they're both important, but I would say that the second definition is equally, if not more important. So if a culture with weak integrity can bring down an entire civilization, this begs the question, what is driving culture? And I argue that worldview drives culture. So just as a weak culture can bring a civilization to ruin, a weak or flawed, in the sense of integrity, worldview is what destroys culture in the first place and gives rise to the eventual civilizational collapse. And many believe that we have reached this point in history and that most are blind to the gravity of the problem. As Canadian geneticist and environmentalist David Suzuki states in a 2003 documentary entitled The Corporation, Quote, "We're in a giant car heading towards a brick wall, and everyone's arguing over where they're going to sit." End quote. British neuroscientist Ian McGilchrist argues that Western culture has lost the sense of what makes us human, and that global civilization is collapsing at an ever-increasing rate. Now, when I speak of Western culture, I want to note that the collapse is actually global due to the inescapable reality of Western global domination and US-led globalization. So even though it's a Western crisis, since the West leads the world, it's actually a global crisis. And when I talk about leading, I mean leadership by the elites and not the American people. So the crisis is multifaceted and it is happening on so many levels. There's humanitarian crisis, geopolitical crisis, socioeconomic crisis, institutional crisis, psycho-spiritual crisis, or a crisis of meaning, environmental crisis, and so on. And on the personal human level, there is really a crisis of meaning and hope. As researcher Joe Dispenza argues, the crisis is driven by a crisis of connection that plagues modern culture and modern humans today. Basically, we feel disconnected from each other, but also from within ourselves. As Australian broadcaster John Anderson has noted, materialism and consumerism bring us no closer to happiness, meaning, or hope. They just push us further away, and I argue, further into the crisis. But what is a crisis? Before I continue, I would like to define the term crisis as I use it. As I use it here, crisis comes from the work of Thomas Kuhn, which comes from his groundbreaking book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. As I've argued elsewhere, Kuhn's book presents a damning yet realistic picture of entrenched or institutionalized science. He argues that science does not change gradually, but is often forced to change due to what he calls model crisis and breakdown. Model crisis happens when a dominant scientific model in a field becomes fraught with contradictions and anomalies that the model cannot or will not address. While it should be open to falsification, which is the principle underlying ethos of science, entrenched science, he argues, tends to double down on a broken model, acting dogmatically and mafia-like rather than empirically. Now, obviously, this really pissed off science. But in the end, his work implies that entrenched science refuses to change course or self-correct, even when it is wrong and or plagued with contradiction. And this eventually leads the model to model crisis, failure, and breakdown. And I just wanted to say something about this, about the self-correction. Sabine Hossenfelder came out with a video that people alerted me to a couple of weeks ago. Really brave physicist, with probably one of the only physicists out there with integrity. And she was actually saying that she lost faith in self-correction when she realized much of what is published by peer-reviewed science journals is nonsense and just continues to be nonsense. And when she published this idea, she received an email from someone she did not name, but a prominent Big Bang scientist, basically telling her to shut the F up. Careers are at stake. How dare you? Our livelihoods. And the guy basically admitted, look, we know it's BS. We know it's a bubble, but our careers are at stake here, And that's the difference between, weak and strong, integrity and no integrity, right? Obviously, Sabine Hossenfelder, also a physicist, could lose some career or funding, but she has integrity. So crisis is a critical stage in the paradigm shift cycle because it can eventually trigger or force radical change in science. And this is because, again, science does not self-correct, so it's forced to change. And I argue that the same thing can be said about civilization. While Structure was not a book about the broader culture, the parallels between science and society are undeniable. And Kuhn even alludes to the similarities between science and mainstream politics in his book, a point I will revisit later. For now, I want to stress that Kuhn's model applies to both science and the broader culture, and even to the personal level, but that's a whole other topic. In doing this research, I realized, a lot of personal crises or events in my own life happen because of my unwillingness to fix or address contradiction, and a lot of people agreed with me when I raised that point, but that's a side point. Anyway, much like institutionalized or entrenched science, Western civilization is plagued by contradictions that it cannot or will not address. For instance, the West presents itself as humanitarian while waging wars and mass murder abroad. ironically, often under the guise or in the name of human rights. It preaches democracy and equality while practicing oligarchy and or corporate dictatorship at home. It obsesses over climate change while allowing unabated environmental pollution by corporations and big business. It promotes and forces so-called social media, yet we have never felt more alone and disconnected as a species. Basically, Western culture does not practice what it preaches. And again, I'm talking about the rulers, not the people, although we are all complicit in this because we participate in the culture. Increasingly, Western culture is plagued by contradiction and hypocrisy, yet it refuses to change course. So much like in transit science, it even doubles down on its broken model. And this is leading us all to crisis and collapse. And by doubling down, I want to make a very quick point. In my work on the crisis and cosmology, I found that when the Big Bang model was just shown to be fraught with contradictions and holes and measurements that don't add up and contradict each other, like the Hubble constant that's always changing, instead of saying like, yeah, we need to fix the model or we got some stuff wrong, they kept saying the crisis was exciting because it opened doors for new opportunities for research. In discourse analysis, that's called spin. That's also called bullshit baffles brains because, if things just get weirder and weirder, then, oh, we have more reason for funding. And everyday normal people could then be led to believe that you can never understand the cosmos. Look, it just keeps getting weirder. It's not that our model is bad. The universe is just weird. And you would have to be a genius like Einstein to even begin to understand it. So it basically, it moves the goalposts while also shifting the blame. We're not wrong because our model, I'll use a nice word, is bad. We're wrong because the universe is weird. And the universe is way too weird for you to understand because if scientists can't figure it out, well, everyday people don't have a chance in hell. Okay, and that's basically spin and part of the crisis. So basically, what is driving the crisis in both science and in Western culture? And as I argued earlier, culture is driven by worldview. So too, therefore, is its crisis. As Ian McGilchrist notes, the crisis is rooted largely in our mechanistic worldview and its attendant brain imbalance. Now, his work on left brain dominance and the fall of civilization, I believe, is indispensable for understanding the current global crisis. For instance, in a recent Thunderbolts video, David Drew argues aptly and correctly that Ian McGilchrist's thesis of pathological left brain dominance can help us understand why so-called experts resist new models like that of the electric universe. You see, the left brain is myopic and it's about control and it's about the status quo. So when you're operating from a left brain pathology, you will not be open to alternatives, especially if they threaten your control. So I agree wholeheartedly with Drew and would add that McGilchrist's work also allows us to view the electric universe model as a more right brain oriented approach to cosmology, as well as a potential way out of the current crisis. Now, this is a novel argument I don't think anyone has made before, and one I will return to shortly. As McGilchrist and others have noted, Western culture is rooted in the mechanistic worldview of French philosopher René Descartes. In Descartes' mechanistic conception of the world, quote, all of nature works according to mechanical laws, and everything in the material world can be explained in terms of the arrangement and movements of its smaller parts. This is called, or this is known as Cartesian reductionism. The main fallacy of the reductionist view lies in the fact that while it's okay to say that the structures of all living things are composed of smaller parts, this does not imply that their properties can be explained in terms of the smaller parts alone. In other words, the whole cannot be understood by reducing it to, nor by merely understanding its parts. Another problem with the mechanistic worldview is that it de-animates the whole of nature and positions humans as being outside of and superior to nature and the cosmos. As Rupert Sheldrake and others have argued, before Descartes, philosophers and ancient cultures especially saw all of nature, including the earth and the cosmos, as alive, so it was animate, and understood humans as connected to the rhythms of nature and the cosmos. Descartes' reductionism and his separation of man from nature represents a massive paradigm shift away from this earlier thinking, one that impacted and shaped the modern Western world in profound ways. The mechanistic worldview helped usher in the Age of Reason, the Enlightenment, the Scientific Revolution, and eventually the Industrial Revolution and urbanization. While these brought us many great innovations, they went too far in their mechanistic reductionism and in divorcing us from nature, the cosmos, and each other, as well as from what it means to be human, because it also divorced us from the right hemisphere. In his book, The Master and His Emissary, The Divided Brain in the Making of the Western World, psychiatrist Ian McGilchrist looks at the evolution of Western civilization through a neuropsychological prism. He explores how the dynamic interaction between the right and left hemispheres of the brain essentially shapes our perception, cognition, and the world we live in. For McGilchrist, the mechanistic worldview impacted how we think and what we attend to, both within and with our brain regions. According to McGilchrist, the mechanistic worldview eventually gave rise to a type of pathological left brain dominance. So what this means is that the two hemispheres exist and are necessary. Speaking of the left brain hemisphere does not make it pathological, but when it takes over and pushes aside the right brain, then we're in a state of pathological left brain dominance. He states that, quote, over the past 4 centuries, the left hemisphere of the brain has progressively pushed aside our right hemisphere. It has now overtaken our self-understanding and is leading us all down the road to ruin, end quote. Interestingly, McGilchrist believes that Descartes' reductionist worldview may have been influenced by him having schizophrenia, an illness born of pathological left brain dominance in the first place. I find this very interesting. I've never known that he had schizophrenia, but if he did have a left brain malady, it might explain where his worldview came from. Now, the problem with left brain dominance is that it puts the wrong hemisphere in charge, so to speak. As McGilchrist explains, the reason the brain is divided in the first place is because throughout our evolution, the brain had to do 2 different and opposing things at the exact same time. It had to have a razor-sharp focus in order to hunt for food, that's the left hemisphere, while having a broad enough picture of everything else so that it did not become food, and that is the right hemisphere. In this respect, the left hemisphere is the narrow-focused predator, while the right hemisphere is the big picture thinker. As McGilchrist puts it in a recent online interview, the left brain apprehends while the right brain comprehends. So which one of those should be in charge? As one article about his work explains, quote, the left hemisphere, with its focus on detail, was crucial for survival. The right hemisphere, on the other hand, was responsible for broader, more holistic tasks, such as understanding social dynamics and recognizing patterns, end quote. Another interesting point in the book is that while it is often claimed that the left hemisphere is the rational and unemotional part of the brain, in reality, anger, which is an emotion, underlies pathological left brain dominance. So when we become pathologically left brain guided, anger becomes our primary emotion. And moreover, because it lacks the wisdom and insight that comes with seeing the broader picture, the left hemisphere tends to rationalize or justify rather than reason. One such rationalization, I argue, could be that the ends justify the means, or that morality has no role in politics. And these are the defining principles of what we learned in undergrad school when I was studying political science of realpolitik or power politics. Power politics basically means that the strong do what they can and the weak accept or suffer what they must. It comes from a quote from the Peloponnesian Wars written by Greek philosopher and Athenian general Thucydides. And what he was basically trying to convey is that the strong do what they have the power to do, and the weak accept what they must accept because they don't have any power. And I wholeheartedly believe, as my 20 years as a political analyst, activists, all have shown me and proven to me that this is the ideology that governs all countries and all forms of government today, regardless of what the establishment may label itself, including and especially in the democratic West. For Ian McGilchrist, because the left brain is tasked with apprehending rather than comprehending, a left brain dominant society would therefore be focused on wealth, power, accumulation, and control. And it would lose sight of the right brain or whole brains concerned with truth, meaning, beauty, and goodness. And this is exactly the global culture and crisis we have today. It is the type of culture that ends up condoning genocide or corporate dictatorship, or at least feeling powerless to stop them. Now, it should be noted that McGilchrist does not claim that the brain causes the crisis, but that, quote, our brain has been hijacked by the way we are now thinking, which again is rooted in the mechanistic reductionist worldview of René Descartes and others. So for me, the way I understood it, and I might be wrong, is that it's kind of like a chicken or egg in terms of what comes first. Pathological left brain thinking, and then a reductionist worldview, or vice versa, or a little bit of both, especially if we're to believe that Descartes had schizophrenia. So EU people might be wondering, what does any of this have to do with cosmology? Well, a lot. For starters, the word cosmology and worldview used to be used interchangeably. The German philosopher Immanuel Kant, who introduced the German term, I know I'm not going to say this correctly, Weltanschauung, which means worldview in German, used it as a synonym for cosmology or image of the world. So basically, cosmology and worldview used to be the same thing, used to mean the same thing. In this traditional sense of the term, Descartes' mechanistic worldview is a cosmology, and one that greatly shaped our present-day culture, for better or worse. Second, even if we don't consider cosmology and worldview to be the same, as a discipline, cosmology profoundly impacts the broader culture and its worldview. Cosmology, let us remember, is the mother of all science and philosophy. It deals with the big picture, or the big story, the story of our universe. As such, it functions as a type of meta paradigm that will impact all other paradigms below it, if even indirectly. In this respect, how we view the cosmos will eventually impact how we view everything else and how we shape our world. And this is a topic that I explored in depth in my Thunderbolt series on cosmology and culture, if anyone would like to check those out. So this brings us back basically to the idea that cosmology and worldview can be used interchangeably. Another way of saying this is, when it comes to its impact on the broader culture, the most influential component of any cosmological model will be its worldview. And it is interesting to note that the current standard model has an almost identical worldview as both Descartes and pathological left brain dominance. We already stated that Descartes saw the world as mechanical and predictable and reducible to its parts. He was not concerned with the interconnected whole. Like Descartes, the left brain also has a very narrow and reductionist view of the world. As Ian McGilchrist has shown, quote, the left hemisphere constructs a world of abstraction where everything is broken down into parts and analyzed. This world is predictable and controllable, but it's also devoid of meaning and context, which almost mirrors Cartesian reductionism. And it also reflects the worldview of the standard model of cosmology. According to the late Hawthorne Jr, the standard model sees the cosmos and everything within it as, quote, disconnected, random, purposeless, reducible to its parts, and as having ever-increasing entropy, end quote. It is hard not to recognize that this is a very left hemisphere-guided view of the cosmos and completely reflects Descartes' reductionism. Now, in contrast to the left hemisphere, quote, the right hemisphere constructs a world of living, interconnected entities where everything is seen in relation to everything else. This world is rich in meaning and context, but it's also unpredictable and uncontrollable. And because the left hemisphere is obsessed with control and predictability, it pushes aside the right hemisphere and its holistic and interconnected, but annoyingly uncontrollable view of the world. What we are left with, I believe, is a left-brain dominant world that is devoid of meaning and obsessed with control. And the left-brain dominated standard model of cosmology has only made this worse. As I argue elsewhere, theories and concepts that were derived from standard cosmology have been appropriated and applied to the broader culture, especially in academia and the social sciences, in a manner that strengthens power while throwing the masses into chaos and meaninglessness. A prime example is Einstein's general theory of relativity and how it was adopted by the social sciences as a justification for moral relativism and the argument that truth is relative. Now, it should be noted that this idea of moral relativism and the belief that there is no truth was not created by Einstein and his theory of relativity. These ideas have philosophical roots that go back to the ancient Greeks and the ideology of solipsism. If you want to look that up, I don't have time to go into it now. So it does have ancient roots. However, it was the recent application of Einstein's theory of relativity beyond science that allowed moral relativism to triumph and become the defining ethos of our time. An ethos that debases and disempowers the masses while strengthening those in power. For if there is no such thing as truth, then we cannot speak truth to power, so to speak. Or to put it another way, we cannot contest what the status quo claims to be true, since all truth is relative. Our truth could not counter their truth, and we definitely could not apply or appeal to any universal absolute truths in order to counter their truths. See how it takes you down like a rabbit hole?
Yeah.
And if there's no such thing as right and wrong, then we cannot point out the wrongdoings of those in power. How convenient for the global power structure. Now, whether this fact that ideas influenced by standard cosmology ultimately help the powerful is by design or by coincidence, and this is the conspiracy theory debate, does not matter. Like, it literally does not matter if this is just, an outcome of a bad model or a bunch of people, getting together, doing it deliberately. We go down that kind of divisive and distracting debate when it literally doesn't matter because the outcome is the same. A world run by power-hungry control freaks, so mired in left-brain dominance, they can't see the forest for the trees. So what is the solution? And is there a solution? Which leads to the final section of the talk.
Now we got 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. Okay, hang on. Sorry, because I minimized your window. Okay, I'm gonna have to skim through this, okay? 5 minutes? Okay, and this is the most important part. So listen, I'm just gonna go off script here, people. So if the problem is flawed worldview based on weak integrity and its attendant left-brain dominance, then the solution has to be, in my mind, the opposite. A better worldview that is somehow right brain, maybe I said right wing earlier, sorry, right brain oriented, okay? And before I get into that very, very quickly, this would imply having something that is radically different. Kuhn has given us kind of like a criteria. Paradigm shift ultimately needs crisis. So we're not really talking about a solution for the crisis, but what comes after the crisis. Because in his model that you see here, model crisis is what triggers model revolution and paradigm change. So it's not, oh no, how do we get out of the crisis? It's how do we create a world beyond the crisis? We have to be ready with a new model that's going to get us out of the mess. In this respect, the crisis is necessary in that it triggers both a need and an opening for potential revolution and change. So the breakdown is the breakthrough, as people say, or at least a potential to open doors. And Kuhn realized that this was true of both science and society. He argued that, quote, in both political and scientific development, the sense of malfunction that can lead to crisis is prerequisite to revolution. So here's a quote by Pierre Schaeffer, a French composer and writer. The only hope is that our civilization will collapse at a certain point, as always happens in history, then out of barbarity, a renaissance. So this suggests that these things are cyclical, which completely confirms Kuhn's paradigm shift model. And it's interesting to note, we're going to skip some of this, that before the Enlightenment, which Ian McGilchrist identifies as the trigger to the fall of the current civilization, we had a Renaissance that was actually called the Renaissance. And that's when you have high right brain activity and, arts and beauty and music and poetry, all of that is flourishing. And we're not just like stuck in this myopic control freak right brain mode. So, as I've said, because the crisis is rooted in our mechanistic worldview and the attendant right brain, the attendant left brain dominance, the solution has to be something with a radically different worldview that is right brain oriented. And I believe that the electric universe model fits all of this. Is it radically different? Yes, because Kuhn says that the new model has to be radically different, speak a radically different paradigmatic language, have a radically different worldview, and if we follow Ian McGilchrist, it should also be right brain oriented. And I argue that the electric universe is all of this. It has a radically different worldview in that it is holistic. It sees a universe as connected, as organized, as having meaning. Let me just get here.
2 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So far, the electric universe model seems to be a paradigm that is self-consciously broader with certain new and very old or ancient ideas or the potential for them built into the fabric of its cosmology and its approach to cosmology and its worldview. The Big Bang does not allow for any of this. What I argue also is that the electric universe model is really a civilizational model. It covers everything. It's not just a cosmological model. It is everything. It looks at the whole picture. So it's not just cosmology, it is everything. And that's what we need. We need a model of everything, not like that book, A Theory of Everything, that explained nothing. We need a model that can guide us towards a more holistic, intuitive, compassionate, cooperative, inclusive world. That's the solution. That's what comes after this breakdown. And I say that by giving a platform to speakers working in fields such as telepathic communication, energy healing, parapsychology, and more, the electric universe community seems to be self-consciously planting needs for, or at the very least, opening doors to new frontiers that may one day come to evolve from it. Okay, it's much broader, holistic, intuitive, and innovative approach to cosmology. And I think it can be seen as palpably and decidedly right brain. Like, I don't know if Wall and others were saying, we're going to come to this from the right brain perspective, but that's just what the model is, because they don't have left brain pathology. So it's actually, while its interdisciplinary nature for the mainstream is it's the reason they shun it and, mock it and say that it's pseudoscience, that's its strength. And that's why we can use it as a blueprint forward. Okay. Also, its worldview is almost identical to that of the right brain. Again, quote, the right hemisphere construct a world of living, interconnected entities where everything is seen as related to everything else and is rich in meaning and context. Wal Thornhill told me a few years ago, the EU worldview is, quote, resonantly connected. It sees the universe and everything within it as, quote, resonantly connected and self-organizing, a universe that is consciousness-filled and where the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. He also spoke to me of instantaneous information transfer via resonant connection, which is similar to the work of Rupert Sheldrake. We can't get into that now, but overall, it is definitely a right brain, and I don't want to use the word dominant, a right brain oriented cosmology. And the reason we don't use the word right brain dominant is because Ian McGilchrist has argued that right brain dominance is not a thing. It is only the left that thinks it's competition with the other hemisphere. Because it's holistic, the right brain hemisphere knows that it needs the left brain. It knows that this is a collaboration. So what we need to look at then is collaboration and integration across the hemispheres within our mind, across the disciplines within our world, as the electric universe is doing. We need an interdisciplinary brain. We need an interdisciplinary ethos. We need an interdisciplinary model that can get us out of this myopic, univocal mess. And I really do think that it's the electric universe. Now, I've said some stuff about science here I don't have to go into, but you all know that the standard model, it's doing metaphysics at best and dogma at worst. It is doing bad science. I have a bunch of quotes from scientists. I won't even get into it because I'm a discourse analyst, but all you have to do is Google crisis and cosmology. to know that that model is failing. The electric universe, on the other hand, posits electricity. We know that 99.9% of the observable universe is electrically charged plasma. It can prove its premises. It can also prove, by looking to other fields, its idea of cosmic connectivity. And I must say this, Ben, sorry, just give me 2 minutes. This is the main part. Fields like quantum mechanics have stated that the universe is made up of space-filled fields of vibration that are interconnected, unified, and in constant communication. Now, while they might not be talking about connectivity in the same way that Wall in the EU talks about it, they do talk about everything being connected and in communication. And this supports the EU's connectivity hypothesis. The reason this is important is because if I was to pick anything out of the EU, it's not just its theory that everything is electric, which most definitely I feel it is. It's its idea of resonant connection. This is what's going to get us out of the mess and hopefully give us a sense of agency and responsibility, because it means this: for better or worse, we are all connected, whether we like it or not. If the ship is sinking, and it is sinking, we are all going down together. But it can also give us hope and a sense of agency. It is not some new age feel-good concept. No, it's a sobering reality. We are connected. We are connected, scientifically proven. We are all connected. So what we do and think matters. And what we don't do and think also matters. What we condone by our inaction matters. This is how we get to genocide over and over and over again in history. So the message I get from the electric universe is that we matter, for we are more than just a drop in the ocean. We are the entire ocean in one cosmic drop. And what we think or do matters. So while it might be a bleak time of societal collapse, and while we might we are in depth, like undeniably in crisis, I also believe that the breakdown could be a potential for a breakthrough. And I believe that we are born in the time that needs us the most. While we are in crisis, it is also a very important time to be alive and participate in what I call the shift of the ages. And if you would let me, could I close with a poem called Paradigm Shift that I
Go
wrote?
for it.
Okay, let me just pull it up. So that was the very, very quick version. I had it open here, sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
did it freeze on
Sorry.
your end too?
No, I'm just going to try to find it. I had it open on a web page, but how do I open like go to another page? Sorry. Okay.
I'm not sure.
Here. Okay, this is a poem that I wrote several years ago. I presented it at a Electric Universe conference through the Thunderbolts Project, and I wanted to say so much more on this topic, but I would love to close with this poem
Yeah, go ahead.
called Paradigm. There's a shift. There's a shift. There's a paradigm shift. An awakening is upon us, an undoing of the rift. No need for stories that cannot last and for unexplained mysteries. This is a remembering of our past and our cosmic history. So open your eyes and look around, for the truth is all around you. And did you know that liberation has a sound? It is a pulse, no, a rhythm, like a musical note. It is the electric beat of the universe, and those who feel it march to a revolutionary drum, while those who don't have allowed the system to make them numb. But soon their spell will break, and they too will be awake. Because there's a shift, there's a shift, there's a paradigm shift. And when our eyes are fully open, we'll feel our consciousness lift. For our past is no mere token, and remembering is a gift. And when modern illusions are eventually broken, the reconnection will be swift. For there's a shift, there's a shift, there's a paradigm shift. The end. Mhm. Oh,
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. Okay, we're going to move right into questions.
okay.
All the presenters, you can unmute your mics if you have a question for Ghada. And anyone here, if you've had a question for, we'll put that on for like 5 minutes of questions. We're gonna, on our end, we're gonna take bathroom break and grab a little food. And we're also gonna work on a technical glitch. The sound on our end is a little messy, so we're gonna work on that. Any questions? Anybody? Because I've got one or two. All right. So, Ian McGilchrist, I have a lot of respect for, and I'm really grateful that you brought him up. Is there anyone else that you've come across that agrees with his sentiment that we're kind of on a road to destruction?
Due to the left brain, right brain, or just in general that we're on a
Yeah,
road to.
let's go with the left brain, right brain, because there's a lot of people that think we're going to be destroyed, but the left brain, right brain, I think is a more accurate.
Well, what I like about him is that, yeah, I've never heard it because a lot of people say we're on the road to doom, but if you read history, people have been saying that since the beginning of, recorded history, right?
Right.
Uh, Crisis and collapse is always right around the corner because we're always living according to history in bad times. So I've heard a lot of people say that we're on the road. I haven't heard anyone say that and he's not saying again that the right brain, left brain divide is causing the crisis, but he's saying that it's reflective of a flawed worldview. So I haven't heard anyone say it like that. And I really do like the right and left brain because it opens doors to things that I didn't mention in this that I'm actually interested about, that he doesn't mention, what the right and left hemispheres of the brain, they in mythology and ancient mythology represent kind of masculine and feminine principles. And gender is actually a principle of natural law. And we're not talking like men and women, we're talking masculine and feminine forces in the universe within all of us. And so there are other people that say, well, the way out then is because, again, you don't want right brain dominance because that will just make you too passive. The way out, from what I've understood from reading a lot of people, but not Ian McGilchrist, because he does not ever talk about it in terms of right brain, left brain being masculine or feminine. He's really shied away from that, and I understand why he's a neuroscientist. It might get him canceled, right? But what other people are saying is that, again, it's really about integrating. Carl Jung, who I think is probably one of the greatest thinkers of all time, Carl Jung was talking about this. He was, I think, talking about the divide, but in psychoanalytical ways. He talks about the ego needing to experience, and the ego here would represent the left brain. It's the one that's just myopic and power hungry and blind and thinks that it's in charge. It doesn't realize that it shares a psyche with everything else, your conscious and your unconscious. And he said that the gift of a lifetime, the privilege of a lifetime, is to become your whole self. And I interpret that as becoming your integrated right brain, left brain, balanced brain self. And what I wasn't able to say is that the electric universe model, and this might sound a bit new agey, but I really don't mean it in that. I really mean it in a concrete way. That if we are in, that if we just came out of the age of reason and the Enlightenment, and they were wonderful, but they have also led to the age of, what I call the age of chaos and imbalance. The electric universe might be able to usher us into the age of balance. And you need balance in all things. That's what's plaguing us. It's the imbalance. So while I don't know what other people are saying in terms of Ian McGilchrist, I do know what I'm saying in terms of integrating his work with the electric universe model. And if you combine them, we end up then with a goal, which is to achieve balance so that we can usher in an age not only of Renaissance and Enlightenment married, but an age of balance.
Right.
I don't know if that answers anything.
It does. Thank you. Anybody, if no one else has a question, we're gonna call it for there because we're having some technical issues on the sound and we need to get those resolved before
Okay.
Stefan comes online. Gotta thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was wonderful. Really appreciate that.
Thank you. And I'll try to stay online until my 4-year-old son gets here and raises holy terror, okay?
Please do. Okay, everybody, just hang on for a second. Just take a break. We're take a bathroom break. Everybody here, take a bathroom break. We're going to work on sound. And Stefan will be back in about 2 or 3 minutes, about 5 minutes, and we'll start with you. What is going on? I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
My 8th graders yesterday, how they're connected to your DNA, but the same genes that make digits in our hands. It's the same fish, and lizards, and scientists, since we're so fun, thought the sun would catch Well, but for I love how she said that we're connected.
Yeah.
Kyle. How are you?
Very good. Okay.
Robert, how you doing?
Hi.
Hi, I'm Bob.
Oh, yeah.
Brad. Hi, Brandy. Thank you. That's okay. Yes.
So you teach what grade?
8th grade science.
Have you heard of Michael Levin?
Yes. I have one of his textbooks.
So according to his school, you can be in there, may not be the whole secret why we have foreigners.
And because it's the environment, you can't just say genetics alone.
Well, yeah, he believes that there's some kind of higher level program.
Oh, what a great designer.
Well, he's not religious, so he thinks it's emergent from but the way
Can you play some sound through your computer?
He won't say
Yes, I can hear if it's coming through.
There's a higher level program that's telling us how to differentiate and how to become and how to organize. That there's a blueprint so that the cells you use as a collagen and after.
Andy, can you come on and just say something and do a sound check for us?
Test. You hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. It's just not, the sound has been coming through my laptop and not through the main speaker system that I have set up here. Okay. All right, try it again.
Test.
Go ahead, Andy, just say something.
I'm talking right now. You hear me? No?
It didn't work. Okay, try it now. Say something else.
Okay, you hear me now?
No, he's
Let's try, go to the settings.
Okay, hold on a sec, Andy. We're going to change the settings.
Yeah, and development. If you study development.
Yeah, we're setting.
Right there, or that one.
Yeah.
Well, that one says select sound output.
Okay.
Because they're in.
Let's try the.
Okay, that's it's already on.
I'll try the top one.
Okay. Okay, Andy, say something again.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
What is going
No?
on? It doesn't, I don't understand why that's not working. How about that one? Okay. Somebody say something.
Test. Can you hear me now?
The world.
I hear him.
It's weird.
Test.
Oh no, they can all hear us. We just can't hear them.
That's amazing.
It's to come through the sound bar. We can't hear you. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear anything that anybody was saying the last 30 seconds.
So we're on a Zoom call. We're trying to go through the speakers, but it's not going through. I tried to.
Let me try one thing again. We've got this wonderful sound bar that will broadcast the sound and fill the room, and it's coming out of my little tiny speaker here.
Device to go to. There's no other HDMIs in. I can see. No, I think we've only got the one, other than maybe the sound bar.
What if we do that? I'm wondering if it was just. Okay, can you just say something? We're gonna do a sound test
Yeah,
again.
can you hear me? I can hear you fine. Do you hear me?
Yeah, it's still coming through the laptop and not through my sound bar.
Okay.
The other HDMI.
Is it Bluetooth connection?
No, it's not. It's an HDMI.
Oh, so you got wires and everything.
When we did the test at the first of the month, it was coming through the sound bar and it was great.
So you're just having this like laptop speaker be the
Laptop
sound.
speaker. So the people online are
In this
complaining
room.
that they can barely hear it. And I'm like, yeah, I'll bet.
Oh. Well, maybe the next speaker will have more luck.
Sorry, where? I mean, we heard you just fine, but it's just that the sound was really low.
Like I hear you great.
Yeah, and that's good. Volume mixer. Let's see, what does that do? See, that says that it should be on the soundbar, right? Samsung HD audio driver for display audio.
Found in the mechanism weren't used until the 16th century, and technology of this until the end of the 18th century.
I'm often asked, why is there only one?
Now that's coming through the soundbar, but
there were probably many, but we have the good luck that this one was lost.
Gotta say something else. We got
Of the reach of the
Me?
sky.
Okay, do you hear me? I'm testing. Can you hear me?
it's still coming through
Testing, do you
the
hear-
laptop.
Still?
Darn it. Why won't this go through? Thank you for talking.
Okay, no problem. Do you want me to keep talking?
Right. No, you're fine. We're just adjusting some settings here still.
The TV works, but not the computer.
That doesn't make any sense why that.
Are you driving?
So then there's the HDMI cables connected to the TV.
Oh, absolutely. That's how we can get it up
Let's go
on
through
here.
Bluetooth.
HDMI cables.
That's what it looks like. But it
PC.
worked just fine last time.
Because every single time, if it's not plugged in, it's a connection.
I know.
Yeah, I mean,
You want to go grab the fruit tray? Yeah.
well,
It's at the house. I left him at the house. No, it's at the house. The fruit and veggie tray's at the house.
So that's just.
Anything. It seems like they can
Yeah.
play through the thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Or I was just gonna say you can have Mr. No, it's okay. Oh, except you've got Zach
I can't split his HDMI to the sound bar without losing audio video. He's only, how many HDMIs do you have? Well, okay, I've got an H, but I'm sure we can do the HDMI connect directly to the sound bar. How close are you? Let me get my computer on and try it.
Okay. So it's fine if we can just broadcast it on the laptop, but as long as we have
should
sound
play-
coming out.
I don't understand why
affect any video quality when
the
you're post, right?
speaker's not working.
No.
It's just for people here.
Shouldn't affect it at all.
It's on.
Get out of your way.
He's got a jack.
Oh, I heard
Getting somewhere.
a thing. Or something.
Try output again. You play something here.
Yeah, let's see. Just music?
Or somebody talking.
Oh, yeah. Got it. Can you just talk again for a second?
Yes. Do you hear me right now?
So go back to you.
I'll say more stuff. I feel underdressed. I see sports
Nothing.
coats. I feel underdressed. Can you hear anything? No?
Yeah, okay. We're checking settings. Sorry, I can't hear you because I've got something plugged in that mutes everybody.
Okay, do you want me to talk again?
Sound. La la la. Volume mixer. That's funny. I don't know why this was why it worked perfectly the first time.
Was it this computer?
It was. Yeah, this is the only one that we did it. Yeah, go ahead and unplug that. I don't know why that. Okay. How did you say ABC?
ABC?
Okay.
ABC.
Yeah.
Hear anything?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, but it's still just coming out of my laptop instead of coming
Oh, yeah.
speakers.
So it's HDMI cable that's plugged into the laptop?
It is. And it worked beautifully when we did our technical test,
Wow.
but it's just doesn't want to do it today. Because we can hear you fine. I mean, we heard your presentation fine. It's just for the live stuff, the sound was really low.
Yeah, and you want the best tech possible, obviously, when it's online, right? If you're streaming.
And this is exactly why we did the sound check last month or the beginning of the month. So let's see, what is that?
Is it like when you're on satellite TV and you have to click it like on your input, you have to like choose it or something? I'm really low tech.
We went through that about 4 times.
Okay, so that's all I know. That's the extent of my tech knowledge.
Right. We're actually going to switch HDMI cords right now. This isn't plug it. No, it's got to be plug and play because it's showing the video. There's a flashlight right there if you want it. Okay. Gotta say one more thing. Just
Okay, I'll ask a question. How do I mute Mike in case my son comes home and I'd like to continue watching?
right.
How do you mute the mic on your end, like each person?
I think I can do it here. I think I just muted you. Tom? Yeah, I just muted you. But you should be able to do it on your end too. No, sorry. Hit it again.
Might be double muted now.
You should be able to unmute it. Ghada, you should be able to unmute it from your end. Okay.
I think if you hover above your little window, you can unmute and mute yourself.
Right.
Okay, I just unmuted it.
Is the speaker even on? Okay. Because usually it's got those little lights on it and I don't see the lights on it at all. It can't be the cord. That cord is robust and it worked just fine last time.
Yeah, I don't think that's it.
Right.
But,
If you just unplug the thing and put it back in.
We've done that 3 times.
Okay. So then kick it once.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We're about to. Okay, so I can go Bluetooth.
Just wanted to see if something will play.
Sure. Okay, or 2 minutes, Stefan, and we're gonna go regardless of what we get. Wow, listen to that. That's beautiful. Woo!
It's just got a lot of the elements you want in a good story.
That's what it's
So
supposed to sound like.
the stakes are high.
Well, one thing's for sure. Davis will fix it.
Yeah.
Well, we weren't here for the
For-
sound test, so before we can. know-
Actually did this for a purpose.
That's all that.
That's not a Bluetooth speaker, is it?
I have lots of Bluetooth speakers.
There is
No, I mean, but
when
No,
a
it's
group
not.
of lumberjacks
Okay.
were returning home from working in the woods. Even today, they
Torture being listening to the relied and not being able to help. Because I'm a techie guy. Okay.
all right.
Have you checked to see if the TV is outputting to this? It is.
Oh, it is. That was
Okay.
the huge sound that came through.
Okay, does it show as a device, as an audio output device?
So let's go right here,
Mhm.
right?
Right click on it instead of left click.
Here, I'll let you do that.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, sorry.
It's on the floor now. I went through like 2 hours of technical stuff March 1st, just to make sure we could connect with everybody, make sure everything was fine. And it took another couple weeks to work all the kinks out, and then I was very happy with it. That's not one. I was very happy with how it went, and then because this is the same computer, same setup, same cord, same everything.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Okay. Let's do a test sound of some sort.
I left some of the food home too. My wife just went to go grab it. There's a veggie tray and a fruit tray.
Oh, nice.
So.
Sometimes mono audio. I'm not showing it as a playback device.
Yeah.
So the
Well, it is playing through the Samsung, which is the TV is the Samsung.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I don't know if on the left side the right arrow does anything different.
Okay, so have you checked the output inside of the app, inside of Zoom? Is this Zoom?
That I don't know. I don't think we have checked that.
Did you restart Zoom?
Oh, we can. Just warn everybody, we're gonna disconnect.
Yeah, let me just see. There's output audio settings somewhere.
Somewhere. Sometimes you have to stop recording, but it
Should we hit,
should
yeah, just hit the stop recording if we need to.
Let me, there we go. Okay, and then audio.
Oh, we didn't try that.
Here we go. All right.
Oh, is that it?
Someone want to say something?
Ghada, could you say something for us?
Yeah, everybody's muted.
Something. Does it work?
Got it. Oh, we got it.
Nice.
Hooray.
Good job.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Oh, that was brilliant. Oh, where's our? Okay, why did we lose full screen? All right, Stefan. Like 1 minute and we'll be ready to go.
All right.
Full screen.
Yeah. Oh, yay!
There we go.
Hooray!
Oh, nice.
Okay, plug that back in. We're still live there, still live there.
Yeah, it blew my kid's mind when I heard that.
Still live there. Hooray!
This is off.
All right, Holger, if you're listening, this should be a heck of a lot better.
Camera's on.
Camera's off. Why is the camera off?
Another stand up.
What's that?
One on the tripod.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. I'll get that is the least thing I'm worried about right there. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Stefan Amala. He's coming to us from Finland. Stefan, you're up. Take it away.
All right. Do you see what I see, like full screen, and do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we do. Sir.
All right. Okay. I figured out to title my presentation Insights of an Outsider. It's up to you people to decide if they are insights or not, but at least I'm an outsider because it's the first time I make a presentation here. So it's about, can I make this smaller? No, it went bigger. What did I do now? Anyway, it's about witchy thoughts about water, weather, volcanoes, and stones. And we should not surrender our judgment to others. We must reclaim our ability to doubt and think for ourselves. I have been noodling about using quote or one quote or many quotes, so I ended up just using this one. And let's go just with this. The presentation is about basically a brief overview on some topics of my work. And yeah, it's just a brief overview and just a few topics. There would be many more. And like, of course, it could be like we could go into depth into many of these things, but I don't think we have time for this. We are talking about mysterious science. We talk about water, clouds, volcanoes, and pebbles, auroral particle precipitation, and the transmutation of elements. And we will start with mysterious science, red flags, which basically means that many times or every now and so often they tell us right ahead that they actually don't really know. We will briefly talk about the meaning of the word science. I will show you a few examples of mysteries in science, the red flags, at deaf ears and closed doors and paywalls. Some things I have, well, at least some experience with as an independent researcher. So the meaning of the word science and some examples of mysterious science. The meaning and origin of the word science in English and Finnish, because it is in a way very interesting that when you look at the etymology of some words, that you get a much deeper understanding on what the word actually means. For example, in English, the word science is derived from the word nations. So there's basically just two letters missing in front of the word science. And nations is a state of not knowing, like the people from Plato's cave, they just cannot know. Like, you know, if you have spent your whole life in a cave and one day you go out of the cave and you see for the first time a tree, you don't know what it is because you simply cannot know. So this person who sees the first time a tree, you cannot blame him or her for not knowing that's a tree, because no one ever told, no one ever saw it, they just don't know. That's the state of nations. Of course, if we take the opposite of the word nations, like if someone consciously denies the intake of new knowledge and is ignoring it or just doesn't want to know, the ancient Greeks also had a word for this, and it is the word idiot, which has a rather negative taste to it. So I didn't took it really here into that, but idiot is the opposite of a person who's being in nations. So, and in Finnish, which is probably or maybe even more interesting, in Finnish the word science means tiede. The word roots in the ancient word from the Sami people, which is noidi. And if you get into the history of the word science or tiede, you will figure out that it's basically tietäjä. And if you translate the word tietäjä into English, it means knower. So we can decide from this that in Finnish language, science and witchery are basically the same thing in a way, because the actual word science is derived from the Finnish word witch. And of course, the meaning of the word tietä means knowing. Often those knowers were seen as shamans, but are also called sorcerers, enchanters, and also witches. which is something very interesting. Many people here, like, they don't know about this. Many scientists, they just don't know that. And the thing is, like, those who are those real scientists, many of them, they are more scientismists than scientists, because they, like as Ghada explained, they are more left brain based, so they lack the open-mindedness necessary in order to grasp the bigger picture. And nowadays there's a whole lot talk about the mindfulness. Yeah, I think only closed minds suffer from mindfulness, because an open mind never gets full. There's stuff coming in and going out. Everything you don't need will go out, and everything you can take a hold on will stay inside you. So it's much better to stay open-minded, because you will never suffer from mindfulness. Yeah, now I don't have any script. I just made this presentation, so I go with what we have here. The red flags are either mysteries. Every red flag should be taken seriously. Red flags are often covered up with the use of complicated words. Like, for those who have read some scientific papers about basically whatever stuff, of course, I understand there is this scientific jargon you have to know, like specific words for specific things, but many things could be said much more easier, like in plain English language for everyone to understand. And I have spent hundreds of hours with Googling words, what they actually mean and stuff, and it turned out many times, after you have read a very long and very complex sentence, if you translate it into layman's English, it's very simple to understand what they're actually telling you. So they are using very complicated language in order to cover up that they actually don't know. And sometimes they tell you straight ahead that they don't know right at the beginning of the papers. And maybe they just hope that after you read all those very complicated sentences and all that stuff, that you actually don't remember that they told you right at the beginning that we don't know. Some of the topics or some of the paper titles already embed the word, the mystery or the unknown already in their names or titles. Every red flag should be interpreted as an invitation for everyone to join and figure out a solution to the problem. In other words, like, if the experts don't know, maybe it would be just fair for everyone to join the discussion and figure out a solution to the problem, because you don't need to be an expert in order to not know. Okay, so it would be just fair if everybody could join the discussion. And if someone figures out something, despite he's not an expert or PhD or doctor or whatsoever, doesn't matter, because it's just about the topic itself. This would be just a very cool thing for science, modern science, mainstream science to do, in order to be open-minded and take in new information, in order to figure out the stuff, what they don't know, because we are all in this together. A few examples of science mysteries, a quote from the ECMWF, the European Weather Agency, or whatever institution you want to call it, and that's copy-paste. The weather is a chaotic system. Yeah, I don't think there's any chaos. A quote from a Finnish geology paper, the origin of a Pharaon A-type granites in erogenic tectonic settings remains a long-standing pathological puzzle. Yeah, it remains a puzzle. Yeah, to me, this sentence doesn't indicate any, how to put it, like, they don't want actually to solve the puzzle. It just remains a puzzle, and it's good like this. It's a puzzle and that's it. We know that it's a puzzle because that's how science works. And also here in this little small example, you already get a glimpse of the difficult language they use in the scientific papers. And another example, a paper titled from China, a review of subsurface electrical conductivity anomalies in magnetotelluric imaging. So I don't somehow think that there are anomalies in nature, basically, because this is how nature works. Like if you find something, it's a natural thing. So it's not something special. It's just a part of the whole thing. So I understand in a way anomalies, the word, but in a way it also indicates that it is something that shouldn't be there. And to me, that's wrong. Like if you want to make a whole picture, you have to take everything into the picture and not just like be having a filter for stuff that belongs to the picture and the other stuff that shouldn't be in the picture. So like using the word like anomalies is always something a little bit suspicious. And wherever you find these kind of things, I think this should be an invitation for everyone to join. If someone figures out something, they just should give it a listen. And as an independent researcher, I have quite much experience with that communication with whoever I'm talking to, like scientists. I wrote to scientists all over the world. Maybe the first time they write back, and after the second time I respond to them, maybe tell a little bit more or share something with them. It's just getting dead silence. Very often there is no response at all. And in some cases, I even got told that, yes, we have the data that got obtained, but we won't get it to you. We won't just, no, you don't have access to it. We have it, but we won't give it to you. There's like no access to certain places. Might it be like laboratories or libraries or pages or stuff like this? You have to be a member of institution or whatsoever. Otherwise, you just won't get some information. And also many scientific papers, some of them like maybe not the most interesting one, but many very interesting papers, you have to pay for them or you just like, you don't get them. You don't get the information, which is in a way, I think, wrong because it's just not fair. It should be something available to everyone. Like we are talking about natural, whatever, geological or atmospheric or cosmological papers, they should be available to everyone because it's our planet and we are living here. We have to deal with what's going on in the natural way. Of course, there is like other things we have to deal with as well. So now let's talk about water for a little bit. Some time ago, I started to make some research about water, and because I was working on a paper about peat and stuff like that. And then I figured out that, yeah, if I write about swamps and these kind of things, I probably should know about water. What is it? Like, I have to, in a way, make a fun foundation about understanding of water, what it is, and stuff like this. And the interesting thing is that it turned out that obviously it's a very big mystery. And these are just three papers as an example. Like if you have one, it might be just a strange thing. If you have two papers that are telling you that we don't really know what water is, it might be a coincidence. But if you have three, that's already a pattern. And there would be, I could have shown many, many more papers of this, like Journal of the American Chemical Society, water is a cagey liquid. Liquid water is considered poorly understood. Water structure and properties. It is anomalous in many of its physical and chemical properties. Water, an enduring mystery. So I was very baffled for a while because I thought that, yeah, it would be an easy task just like to find information about water. But what I found was that actually it seems nobody really understands water. And it was very interesting. It kept me or it still keeps me busy in a way, because I didn't expect this, because I thought, of course, they know, but obviously they don't know. Like, here is a perfect example. Like, we have the Journal of the American Chemical Society, and already the title, water is a cagey liquid. Not only do they say already in the title that they don't know what water is, but it's already the title itself of the paper. What I told like earlier about, if you read the title of this paper, does it make any sense to spend the time and read the whole thing? It's up to you. Like, you know, if they tell already in the beginning that we don't know, what kind of information do you get out of this? We all know Gerard Pollack, greetings to Pollack, about easy water, about the hexagonal shape. And I think all the water that is in humans, for example, is in easy state. If we go to the because there's just one thing I don't remember this page. It's but anyway, probably you see it on the title. But anyway, ice, which is also water, is considered a mineral. The IMA status, the International Mineralogical Association status, has approved it as a mineral, basically like every other mineral too, like quartz or what have you. It's a mineral. Dan Shechtman, he got the Nobel Prize in 2011, and he discovered the quasi-crystals. So it's sort of crystals, and he won the Nobel Prize, which I found very interesting. And Alan Lindsay McKay said about the discovery of the quasi-crystal, it's a discovery of a material which breaks the laws that were artificially constructed. They are not laws of nature. They were laws of the human classificatory system. Because I think it would be much easier, and probably many problems would be solved if we would see water as a crystal and not a liquid. Because it always basically exhibits a hexagonal structure or this star-like form. It just depends on the polarity. If it's charged positively, like liquid, it's on the positive side. We have the outer side of the we get the hexagon. And if it's charged negatively, we get the inside, which is the snowflake. So in other words, the hexagonality doesn't go away ever. And I think water, wherever you find it, if it's on the other side of the universe, it will exhibit the same structure in liquid and frozen form. And maybe my claim could be seen as the same thing, like saying that water is not a liquid, but it's a crystal. It maybe just like contradicts some kind of classificatory systems, but not the actual law of nature, because obviously we have the snowflake and the hexagon. So now let's talk a little bit about clouds. And if you see a dragon here in the picture, I think you see the correct thing. We can see the beard, and it's not obvious like here in the picture to see, but this moves from right to left. In other words, it's moving with a snort forward. And I think the reason for this might be it's a helical structure that moves in the sky, and we have some kind of a, how to put it, there is a layering. You can see the beard, which is down below, and I have some other pictures of similar things, so this is not a one-time event. And maybe that's the actual reason why the ancients were talking about dragons, after all. The science branch of meteorology is based on the chaos theory, which is probably the most unreliable theory ever. It might not even be a theory after all, because in a way, like if there are no islands in space, there is no space for chaos either. So we have, in a way, to believe in chaos in order for it to exist. And how science or how meteorologists try to conquer the chaos, it's with maths and computers. And if you just look at this picture here, and all those cloud pictures I show you are made by myself. I have a few thousand cloud pictures. If you look at the picture here, yeah, this doesn't really look like chaos. At least in my opinion. We all know that Earth has an electrical circuitry and the universe is electric. So Earth is just a part of the universe. So there's no reason for why the Earth shouldn't be electric at all. And here we have the magnetosphere and stuff like that. And I just draw here very sketchily, basically the Birken current, because I haven't really found any pictures on the internet that were readily displaying the magnetosphere and the Birken current. For some reason, if people talk about the magnetosphere, you only get the magnetosphere. And as we all know, electrical currents are creating magnetic fields. And I think it's the Birken current that goes through Earth that is creating the magnetosphere, and not some kind of a molten core that creates a magnetic field. I think it's the Birken current itself. In a way, a similar principle as we have in the Sapphire project, we get the layers, and we have the atmospheric layers on Earth as well. So for those, I guess everybody of you have seen videos from the Sapphire project. They can adjust basically the amount and the thickness of the layers just with the amount of energy that goes through the system. And I think a similar principle is going on with Earth as well. So if there's an energy fluctuation in the Birken current that goes through Earth, and I think there might be a plasmoid core in Earth. So if there's a fluctuation in the current that goes through Earth, the amount and thickness of the layers of Earth's atmosphere, they might change. And this might be, or this is very important as we go on in this presentation. And also, I don't think it's any coincidence that we find hydrogen and oxygen on the outer boundaries of our planet. And this smaller insert here is from Donald Scott's presentation about Birken currents. So we have a spherical body here that is fed with electricity. And naturally, the lighter elements, they accumulate on the outer edges where we are, which is a very good thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't have anything to breathe. And if we would look at the condensation nuclei, pollen, smoke, pollution in the air, if we would look at them as charged particles, then we would get very close to what is the basic idea of this little talk about the clouds. Because if we go, that's a rather recent video from NASA. What is plasma? And at 15 seconds, they already tell you, or 14 seconds, yeah, plasma is rarely encountered on Earth. Oh. Yeah, okay. So some professionals say that it's very rare on Earth. And another video that is rather new from the UK Atomic Energy Authority. There is a professional talking about plasma and plasma physics. something like 97 to 99% of all of the matter in the known universe is plasma. Actually, it just so happens that here on Earth, the conditions aren't particularly conducive to form plasma. Plasma universe, Anthony Perret. Greetings to Anthony Perret. 99.999% of the universe is plasma. We have electric Birkeland currents, bubble layers, filamentation, plasma jets, and plasma pinches. So, what are clouds? Are they the missing 0.001%? But that's also a picture I made. Yeah, so this is already quite much math for me. I'm not a mathematician. I think mathematics are totally overrated. So there's no math actually needed. And we have, this is an insert from Cygnus Loop in the Whale Nebula, like somewhere in space. And that's a backyard picture of a cloud. That's the same cloud, a little bit bigger. And here on the right side, we also have braided structures just in the sky.
Same.
Yeah, and plasma tubes. I couldn't find any better picture than here, but actually there seem to be some plasma tubes. I don't know if they're visible. And the picture here on the right is several years old. And yeah, this looks like a plasma tube to me. And if you look close here, you can see on the right side, it actually starts to connect. There's a small gap. We can see it's basically a tube and it's wrapping around itself. So we have a plasma tube in the clouds. And again, Anthony Perret, this is just basically about the perpendicularity of plasma. And I really like this petroglyph. Again, the small picture here, I don't know if you can see my mouse cursor.
Yeah, we can. Yep.
Yeah, that's good. This is like 10 micrometers or whatever. That's a very, very small, like laboratory plasma thing. And here it's just cloud pictures. Like if you just look up today, I took several pictures again, but I think you get the idea about the orthogonality or perpendicularity. Only plasma exhibits these kinds of structures. And like I said, I could show you many hours in a row, just similar pictures of this perpendicularity. There might be some more. And here is, again, maybe this is some plasma tube. I don't know exactly, hard to say. Would be nice to have a helicopter or an airplane or something like just could launch off and go to have a look how it looks from the side and from above. But this is what you get if you just look up into the sky. And maybe this is another plasma tube where we have this kind of gap in between. And this is one of my very favorite pictures of clouds because it was amazing to see how this developed in the sky. And maybe that's also a plasma tube. It's very hard to see, but we can see the perpendicularity. It's like perpendicular to the tube. And then we have another perpendicular feature to this. So it's really hard for me to believe that's all just a coincidence. Yeah, the perpendicularity. It couldn't get more perpendicular than this. There's like, it's just amazing. And
So,
to me,
one thing, two things. 10 minutes, you got 10 minutes. And number two, is the perpendicularity what you're saying is it works with the E and B fields? Is that why you're saying they're perpendicular?
Yeah, the electromagnetic wave, like the magnetic field is always perpendicular to the current.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Continue.
10 minutes left.
10 minutes.
Oh man, we have the cellular structure, so we have to go a little bit quicker to that because, and of course we have the filaments, and you all know Ben Hyde's experiment with this And this somewhere I have a video of this cloud where you can see these features moving. So that's it was very interesting. I was very blown away when I saw this experiment. So now we have to go on. Now, like one little thing still about the clouds. We should maybe consider many of the winds we have on Earth as ionic, because they are swirling around where the Earth is discharging and charging. So now let's talk quickly still about volcanoes. That's the eruption plume, and here on the right side we have plasma. And that's a small GIF where you can take a look at how it moves. Here we can see the streamers going upward.
That's one of the volcanoes I monitor. Stefan, that's one of the volcanoes I monitor in my lab 24/7. That's awesome.
All right. Yeah, I have several videos about this. And for me, it was very puzzling when I sent some samples to the Finnish Geological Survey. It came back and it was described as metamorphosed volcanic ash. And it was taken from here. And there was another sample which was identified as metamorphosed lava. So there are not really volcanoes here in Finland. And somehow it seems that volcanism in general isn't really understood. And maybe they are much more abundant than previously thought. These are some pictures of the microwave experiments I did. This is the stone before it was in the microwave. It was flat. In the microwave, obviously, it started to grow and glow. And later on, we cut it open. There was this cavity. And it turned out that it contains a lot of aluminium. And these are the pictures from the electron microscope, and this is magnification 800 times. So these are very, very, very small features here, what you can see. I started to compare asteroids, mud volcanoes, and lavas from all over the world, and it's turned out that it is about the aluminium content and not so much about the iron content. So if lava would come from the bubbles of the Earth, then we would somehow expect that there will be much iron in it, but that's not the case. And there are like many stones, many different kinds of minerals and stuff. They contain a lot of aluminium. Earth's crust contains about 8% of aluminium. And like conduction stoves, they use pans with aluminium bottoms, so it heats up very easily. So this might be the same thing, like on a bigger scale, that much of the heat beneath our feet is not actually coming from the core, but it's much more from the mantle, because it contains so much aluminium. And the basic difference between lava or magma and clay is basically only the water content. So they are basically the same material. Still about volcanoes and glaciers. This is what you got told in school. Yeah, it's snowing on top on the mountains, and then it gets compromised and it forms ice. And here we have Mount Spur. This is from the Mount Spur, and these are two streams side by side, two glaciers. One is white and one is black. So did we have much snowfall here and no snowfall here? It doesn't really make sense. And if you look on the right side, this really looks like a watery lava stream. And I still think that we should maybe consider glaciers as lava streams made of water. This would make much more sense. And it shouldn't actually surprise too many people to think about this, like the most eruptive material on Earth would be water, because it's the water planet. And here is just another example from the Alps in Switzerland. That's a glacier. And here we have this molten spot. And if you zoom in on Google Earth, you can see this material. This might be clay. So they're like, this could be just another indicator that the Alps, or like, there would be so many more volcanoes if they would just be recognized as what they are. Like every water spring would be a volcanic feature. Now let's just quickly talk about the pebbles, aurora particle precipitation, and the transmutation of the elements.
5 minutes, Stefan. 5 minutes.
So we have here in Finland, this very interesting feature, the surface conductivity anomaly, which I actually forgot to introduce earlier in the presentation due to the timetable we have. Well, anyway, we find many minerals here. Structure of the Outokumpu ore district and ophiolite hosted copper, cobalt, zinc, nickel, gold. Maybe I don't remember what Ag is, but we have gold and stuff like that. And sulfides. You don't get any sulfide if you don't have sulfur, because like we need sulfur and it's mixed with something and then it's a sulfide. And here's a very nice example of the complicated language they use. The Outokumpu district within the North Kareli schist belt in eastern Finland hosts a number of the aforementioned minerals, sulfide deposits that are associated with paleoproterozoic ophiolithic metaserpentinites derived from depleted mantle periodites that were subsequently tectonically interweaved with allochthonous metaturbidites. All right, yeah, sounds very scientific. But if we take just this one word, allochthonous, and figure out what it means. The word allochthonous, originating or formed in a place other than were found. Originating in a place other than were found, buried or found in a place remote from the site of formation. Yeah, maybe it was Venus, after all. Sulfur dioxide in the Venus atmosphere. We have a lot of sulfur on Venus, above, within, and below the clouds. As we all know, the stories about the great comet Venus. And it's interesting that, according to the ancient stories, there was first Venus, which did its thing, and then we had Mars. So, first we had Venus, and then we had the Bronze Age. You need to have copper in order to have bronze. And after that, Mars was doing its thing, and we got the Iron Age. So there is a historical correlation between those two things. And wherever you find copper, you have you get basically sulfur gases always. You don't get copper without the sulfur. And to me, this is in the center of the picture. This is the surface conductivity anomaly here in Fennoscandinavia. I'm here in this it's a little bit under this yellow. Yeah, but I'm here. But anyway, and I figured it looks like the polar cusp reconfiguration area, which is somewhere here. Polar cusp. Here is Earth, and here we have the polar cusp. This is basically where we have the Birken current. And as I said earlier, if there's an energy fluctuation within the Birken current, or we have some other disturbances, let's say a huge comet like Venus goes very close to Earth, yeah, I think the polar cusp, which is usually quite far away, it could have smashed down onto the Earth's surface. Like ancient tales in Finland tell you, if there are auroras outside, you need to wear a hat. You have to talk silent, don't whistle, don't make the auroras angry because they can come down and kill you. So maybe the ancients experienced something like this, that the auroras actually touched the ground. And I think it goes very well with the ancient tales about Venus. And if we look at some metallogenic occurrences, we have somehow vortices, like as we have in the auroras, and we have the band structures, as we also have in the auroras. So I don't think this is too far-fetched. We just look at the pictures. There's no really math needed to this. Some of the ore deposits, they are somehow vertical in nature. They might represent some fulgurites. This would be also a more indication of the electrical nature of the origin of those copper and other metal origins or occurrences here. here is a small part of the Finnish national epos, the Kalevala. Copper is very, very often mentioned. And here, that his skirt sparkles with fire, that his stockings are blue, and his crimson-colored shoes. And maybe I recreated some of these things from the Kalevala with my microwave experiments. We have copper ore. Here is the color of the copper ore after it has been heated up. It seems to be crimson colored. We have the blue stockings, and we have a skirt made of fire. Here we have the picture, which was at the beginning of the presentation. There is an actual photograph. The blue thing here on the left is burning sulfur, and this is the glowing stone. And here it's not that easily visible, but here we have the burning sulfur and the glowing stone. That's just a screenshot from the skirt made of fire from this pebble plasma discharge. You can watch the videos on YouTube. And if talking about stuff coming from above and ancient stories about raining brimstones and stuff, yes, I think I have finished brimstones. And also very interesting to understand is that the copper ore here in Finland is almost identical to the copper ore found in Cyprus. And Cyprus isn't too far away from Sodom and Gomorrah, the biblical ancient places where they were talking about brimstones raining from the sky. And Cyprus is the place where the name copper, cuprum, actually derived from. And this is just another example of a brimstone. I still wait in order for someone to confirm that this is actually containing very much sulfur. Until then, I have to somehow rely on my own, how to say it, investigations that this is actual sulfur. So, in other words, I think that copper got created out of sulfur in an atmospheric elemental transmutation mechanism, some kind of a high temperature metallizing and rapid cooling process, auroral particle precipitation. The auroras touched the ground. That's why we had first a Bronze Age, Venus, i.e. sulfur, and then an Iron Age, Mars, iron. That's why copper is red, because sulfur turns red when you heat it up. That would explain the oolithic metal ores, and oolithic metal ores, like oolithic means it's like a circle, like the balls, like the marbles you have in the desert there. The vertical ore occurrences in the crust, and the brimstones, and a bunch of other things, which we don't have really time to dive into now. So thank you very much for listening. And never stop looking for amazing things. And yeah. Any questions?
Thank you. Fantastic.
I actually have to put the lights on because it turned dark outside.
All right. Okay, let's questions from the presenters as well. If you want to unmute, if you have any questions for Stefan or anybody here in the audience. Stefan, I took notes on that one.
I have to just figure out how I get you all back because I see only what I have on screen now.
Right. I don't know. So we're gonna okay,
all right.
Well, we set up for Edo. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe it's a statement. I know since you're in Finland that you're more familiar with Christian Birkeland, but here over in Western culture, we don't really acknowledge the fact that Earth has its own electric field until just recently. There was a paper just came out, and it's in Earth.com. It's titled "Invisible Electric Field Discovered Surrounding Earth," NASA says, as it's crucial as gravity. It even states in the article itself that they, for the first time, acknowledge that the Earth has an electric field. So that's just how far behind we are as opposed to the northern European countries where they follow Birkeland and such.
Yep. You have to remember that Finland is a very Western country. So in other words, they are very Westernly orientated. And the picture behind me is actually, I required this from an antiquity store, and it represents basically the first Christian priest that came to Finland. And the guy here, the other one, he has an axe. And it's another way, how to say, like, if this wouldn't be this kind of a very Western country, I would have many contacts here, because I'm talking about like basically like very important things, like, but it's not the case. So it's very difficult for people here to somehow get a grasp of old knowledge, because we have the new knowledge now. Right. And it's like, to me, when I somehow realized that clouds are plasma, you don't get plasma without electricity. So for NASA or whoever said, yeah, we just discovered the electric field. Yeah, have you ever watched the sky?
That should have been obvious.
Clouds. Yeah, it's so obvious. Like, weather is entirely electrical. Right. Like, the clouds are in a way it's not the cloud's fault in order to make something. No, it's the energy that ionizes the particles in the air that form the clouds. So the clouds are basically just a secondary effect of the electricity already being there. And if you apply the right-hand rule on the northern hemisphere, we will figure out very quickly a high-pressure system. The energy goes down, so it spins counterclockwise, and the low pressure system, the energy goes up, and so you can see how the Earth is charging and discharging. And I found the surface conductivity anomaly here in Scandinavia because there has been I noticed some kind of a repetitive weather pattern that always created a high pressure system. And how can it be? The thing is, there is a southern Finland conductor, a geological occurrence. Its name, it's Southern Finland conductor. It's about 400 kilometers long, 50 kilometers wide at its widest. We have all those copper and gold deposits. Yeah, they are very conductive. So if we have something very conductive in the ground, at the crust, basically at the surface, then it conducts the electricity. So if the energy goes down to the surface, like to the conductivity of the surface, it will create a magnetic vortex. And if it's conductive and it creates it, like that's how nature works, we get a high pressure system. And in other places where we have like resistivity or things like that, or especially in places where we have, there is a place in Middle Finland, Oulu, actually. I could talk many hours about this, but there we have an area where we have a conductive area and a non-conductive area side by side. And this is actually the place in Finland where we have the most lightning strikes and thunderstorms.
Wow.
And this is not actually
something about that.
Yeah, you cannot really, like, if you go there and just look around, you cannot see it. But they found it, like, through like whatever scientists, satellites or whatever. And that's very interesting. So if we would have more data about the conductivity of Earth's crust and stuff like this, like also like if we take, or if we just like would take clouds as plasma and understand that they are like basically entirely electrical, and the weather systems like high pressure and low pressure systems with all the volcanoes, how they are like Joule antennas and all this kind of stuff, and combine this with whatever information about telluric currents and stuff like this, then weather forecast would be an entirely different thing.
I completely agree. I completely agree.
For
So
example,
we're gonna have to cut it off right there. That is a fantastic point. Completely agree.
Like all those like precursor earthquake phenomena associated with clouds, or like temperature anomalies, like the pale geothermoelectric. Like you can it's not only that the electricity heats stuff up, it also can cool down.
Right.
So like where we have temperature anomalies, pre-earthquake like phenomena like this, where we have temperature fluctuations. Yeah, it's electricity. It's not only heating, it also can cool down. Like
It can.
Yeah.
Stefan, we're gonna have to take a break. Thank you very much. Again, I really
Yeah,
appreciate
thank you for listening.
Hey, everybody, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Set up. We're just gonna allow people here, bathroom, food, and whatnot. So everybody on your end, do the same thing. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
That was was presenting, was that it would change, it would make weather forecasting actually reliable using the technology.
Right. Or at least added into it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think heating and convection are clearly a part of it.
Sure.
But just ignoring the electrical component of it, I think
It's clearly there.
It's clearly there.
Well, and then even when.
Can you walk that?
Even when sun.
It would be an interconnection with the sun. And then the sun would have Berkeley currents interconnected with the lights and its neighborhood of the galaxy, et cetera, so it's a self-similar fractal.
So what I'm trying to figure out is the thing for so the sun is a hot box. Are you getting connecting to it, or is this kind of
Oh, this is actually a place I actually take issue with the way that they set up their experiment with the star in a jar.
The Sapphire.
Yeah, the Sapphire project is they set up the sun as an anode and the environment as a cathode, as I recall. I think the polarities, but I think that's not representative of the real model. The real model is there's a filament structure, and the sun is a Z-pinch, is along that filamental structure. So there's a net charge traveling through. Yeah. So there will be, well, there's going to be a net charge in and out, but there's also a net charge filament. So imagine a giant filament spanning across the galaxy, and then the sun is at a Z-pinch. So if I were to take a plasma tube, and I were to put a grain of sand in there, and the plasma will pinch in on the matter, and you'll see like a filamental structure that pinches on that. So and so yeah. So there's a charge potential that's creating the filamental structure to begin with. Yes. Yeah, there's a current, an electrical current, traveling a net charge differential, a voltage gradient across space, Z-pinching filamentally, because that's what it wants to do. But there's more to the Z-pinch than just it's like a monolithic structure. This is where Berkeley current comes in, because and this is where Don Scott's in a lot of research. That has an internal structure. It has a counter rotating structure and layers, and so there's and so this structure, you'll find it pinching in on the poles of the sun, and then the sun will have its own currents also pinching in on the planets, and then the planets will have that same thing with their moons, and so they're all self-similar in part of over here. So, yeah, we basically have it.
Sorry, go ahead and finish all that. When you're done, I'll each show this.
And as is talking about Berkeley currency.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
One thing that Stefan brought up is that some scientists say that the plasma that the Earth is not conducive to plasma formation, which is just absurd.
Well, we're sitting in a big insulator. The atmosphere is an insulator.
Well,
right. It can be overcome, but what they have, some have acknowledged in recent years is that actually that plane right there, by the way, is plasma. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. But the low level plasma, because it's largely made up of a capacitor. So I totally agree with the idea that clouds are a visual manifestation, and they allow us to see some of the plasma structures inside of the atmosphere. I wouldn't call them plasmas themselves, and they do have some net charge, so I guess technically you do that, but so is all of the atmosphere. But what clouds allow us to do is actually see the structures of what's already there. But even if the cloud's not there, the atmosphere is far more complicated and structured than we can see. It has internal, concentrated.
This is your ghost on the wall speaking, testing.
We got about 2 minutes and you're on.
Right, that's why I wanted to do a quick test there, so it's working. Thank you.
Wonderful. So he said, so this is a Wimhurst machine, and of course, as you crank it, you get a nice discharge across the 2 electrodes. I was just playing around with this in my lab the other day, and because I have another experiment that I do where I take a Jacob's ladder, which is that thing that has an arc discharge between 2 electrodes and travels up, and we see it in Halloween events. And I thought, but I can turn on my transformer and it'll rip the flame apart. The positive components of a flame will go one way, and the negative components will go another way. It'll literally split the flame out. It's actually called the butterfly effect, and other people have done it in different ways. So I did this, and if you notice, 1, 2, 3. Okay, about 2.5 turns, and you get a discharge. Watch. So just regular happy birthday candles, regular flames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You can see the flame is definitely reaching toward the one side. But what we're seeing there is the manifestation of dark plasma. That's what it is. Plasma has 3 states: arc, glow, and dark. Dark is all this. We can't see it. And we know that that's the case because the charge that's building up on the electrodes is being absorbed through the dark plasma into the flame and then dissipated through the flame, because the flame's, an active type of plasma. Whether it's probably, I don't know if it's plasma glow mode, I don't know if it's in hard mode, it's glowing. But I mean, look at that. It's completely absorbing it up. Bye-bye. So when scientists say the Earth is not conducive to plasma, what are you saying? That's retarded. Of course it is. That's right here. We live in it all the time. So I don't know if clouds are plasma, but do they manifest?
All atmosphere is a low level plasma.
Right.
That's the way to think about it. And clouds are just a visualization. They allow us to actually see structures within them. And sometimes they're caused by that too as well. I mean, we know condensation there's going to be gradients in the condensation, and so you're going to be compressing certain portions, and some parts will be more spaced out. So it's both. It's part of. I just think saying it is a plasma misses the fact that it's all a plasma, of which that's a way of visualizing what's already there. Even when you don't see clouds, was my finer point. There's still plasma there. It's just not
clear.
Can't see it.
Clear.
Yep.
Clearly. Okay, Edo, we're getting ready to go, and let's see, everybody's back. We're all good. Now, Edo, you don't have your camera today, right?
Not the webcam, but I want to share some screen there.
Okay. So I'm going to hit the timer, and as soon as you go ahead, start sharing your screen and take it away.
So let's see if this works, that you can see the screen there.
Yeah, we sure do.
Okay, audio in order?
Yes, we're all in order. So
good.
Your presentation, then I'll do the questions.
Right. So we're going to have a talk, you and I, and the audience, and everybody else that's participating here. But in order to do so, I wanted to give everybody a quick background of, like, say, 5 minutes or of where I'm coming from, which is fundamental science, in the sense that I have developed a model for the organization or the structure of the nucleus of all the elements. Now, this is super fundamental science, which is not something I'm going to bore everybody with today, but it will lead to the juicy stuff like transmutations, the things that the previous speaker pointed out. We have Andy coming up, so I'm sure there's a connection there. And so Ben promised me to fire some proper questions at me so we can have a decent conversation about this fascinating topic. So everybody here can see the website. It's a foundation, a charity foundation in the sense that we want to bring or rekindle the interest in fundamental science and the importance of it, because we feel that the current mainstream, aka the universities, etc., are dropping the ball here. We don't get much understanding, and everybody that has its own thinking adventure, like the speakers here, find another truth and find that the mainstream science is not what it's supposed to be. It is a science of zealots, I often call them, because they believe fundamentally that that is the only truth and the only thing that's out there, and it's beautiful, and there's nothing else. And of course, we're here today to show the other part here. So when we go into the structured atom model, we have a very different outlook on fundamental science. We deal only with protons as a particle, and the second particle you could define would be the electron. Now, there's a whole lot more detail here that everybody has to find out for themselves. That's what, like I said, not for today. But the proton here is represented by a sphere, and we have two spheres, two protons with a conceptual electron in between. This is not about this is it, or this is reality, or this is the only thing that's there. This is very black box model thinking, but it's important. So if we go bigger, we find one of the most important structures in nature, which is the icosahedron, which is represented in carbon-12. As you can see here, carbon-12 is a neat icosahedron made up of the blue spheres, with the yellow in between, which are the nuclear or inner electrons. Mainstream doesn't use those. They say we have 6 neutrons and 6 protons. What we have is 6 of those deuteron pairs of the first one I showed you there. So 6 of those, as you can turn all around. You can see how they are oriented, if everybody can still see this, and how it's a very, very neat structure. This is the first element that has this complete shape. If we go to the bigger elements, and I'm just hitting them randomly now, we can see that there are groupings in the white and in the bluish. Those are the same structures that I just showed now with the carbon-12. So if we go to a next, where is it? It's hiding beneath the buttons. Give me a second there. So if we go to the next one here, I can show you the whole periodic table and how it grows, how it increases in size, and every step, or per 2 on average, you get the next element. And this is what we're seeing in progress here, all the way up to uranium. Now take note, this is not a box. It is not a square. It's not even a sphere anymore. It's a dendritical growing pattern, which should resonate with some people here that are also speakers. It's a very natural form. And as you can see, it's almost finished there. This is a top view, and it's, well, top view, it's very circular on average. Yeah, we'll get back to that. So why is this important? And here we have the whole periodic table again with the structure showing, and you can see all the recurring patterns. Now, all that stuff about scientific things like oxidation state, the nobility of an element, all that stuff, neutron drip factor, the numerology, meaning the number of protons, neutrons, electrons, everything we put in the book, that's where the scientific written explanation is. But again, that's not for today. One more thing I want to point out before we go to the other stuff, Ben, and I hope you have some questions ready. This is the channel of See the Pattern, known as Gareth Samuel. I think he's quite popular. I think he's doing an excellent job, and I really want to highlight him here next to the Thunderbolts channel, of course, that I'm sure everybody is familiar with. But he does an amazing job and dives into, as he likes to say, let's dive into it, yeah, into fundamental science. And I think he's doing an amazing job pointing a lot of things out. But there you go. So why am I pointing this out and why am I here today even? If we go to the structure, the bigger structure that we can see, it's made up of a whole lot of carbons, if you will. And those carbons are the strongest, and you see it recurring in the blue and later on in the white. They are the strongest substructure in the nucleus. So the nucleus is a very organized thing. It's not by chance, and this is a predetermined thing, and it's an automatic thing. So nature did this, creation did this in order to create the elements, and the elements, the atoms, are the things that cause and do everything in our universe. If we're talking about a plasma, we're talking about atoms that are in a plasma state. If we're talking about fields in space or in magnets, they are caused by the metal atoms, right? So the atoms do everything. And of course, we have a whole bunch of them in the elements. Now, recently, we had our first confirmation of the model. So how can we say that we even know this is true? Well, first of all, there are many correlations. But second of all, recently, there was an experiment whereby they tried to determine the shape of the nucleus of lead-208, which is pretty much the last element slash isotope, which is still stable. It's a little bit debatable, but give or take. Now, the top view is very roundish, but the researchers found that it's like a squashed ball, if you will. So if you press an orange apple a little bit downwards with some force, so the side view becomes an oval, if you will. Top is still round. But if we take lead and we go to the side view, we get a pretty much an oval shape. Even more detail. But the researchers found precisely an oval shape from the side view, if you will, and the top view would be roundish. Well, that implies there has to be a structure for the nucleus. Now, of course, this model does not get much attention, but it is the only model out there with a proper logical background, if you will, that actually predicted this shape. Now, why is this important and how does it tie into the electric universe? Well, first of all, it's completely an electrical system because we're talking only protons and electrons. And like I said, the importance of the elements in the systems that we're talking about. Then what we can do with these things, we have the field called LENR, LENR, which stands for low energy nuclear reactions. And the low energy nuclear reactions, which are also talked about and pointed out by Gareth, like here, this one I'm highlighting, it says a new kind of fission, because it's not just fusion. There's much more going on. And that's what I want to talk about, Ben, about the potential of our future technology and science that we are slowly but surely exposing. Yeah? Yes. So what we found out here is that the larger elements, for example, I'll have the periodic table here. So if we have the periodic table here, about in the middle, just about here, at the number 46 and 47, you have palladium and silver. Palladium is pretty rare. It's used a lot for the low energy nuclear reaction research. And that stands also for, it used to be called fusion, yeah, just to be clear. Palladium is used a lot because it has the ability, like a sponge picking up water, it has the ability to suck in a lot of hydrogen. And then they apply a force, a current, heat, a magnetic field, and you get a reaction. They call it excess heat. So you get more heat out than you put in power, which is phenomenal. And where does it come from? So this is highly debated, as you can imagine, for many years, a few decades already, ever since Pons and Fleischmann.
Right.
But now come the results.
Hold on just a second. Hold on just 1 second. We've got a little bit of a technical glitch happening. Stefan, if you could still hear me, stop sharing your screen. Stefan, stop sharing your screen and you should be able to see us. And then Ev, if you could mute your mic.
I don't share my screen, I think.
It's still showing that you're sharing it. There we go. Okay, now you should be able to see Edo's presentation. And then
Everybody
Ev,
else seeing it, yeah?
Yes.
I think so. If we could just get Stefan and Ev to mute their microphones. There we go.
Okay. We're all
Okay.
set, yeah?
Sorry, Edo, go ahead. Please continue.
No, this is normal for these things. It always happens.
It is.
Palladium, used a lot in cold fusion research, LENR research. The chemical analysis show consistently new elements. Now, of course, that is debated as well, and the mainstream says can't be, shall not be, but the times are changing. Not too long ago, and I'm talking the past 2 years or so, more news is coming out, and I've been there on the conferences myself, giving presentations myself, talking to these people, listening to the other people. Institutions like the MIT or NASA or a reproduction experiment in China University, and I forgot which one, I apologize. But these results show consistently chemical analysis whereby lighter elements are formed. So, for example, magnesium, or a carbon, or a silicon, or an aluminum, or aluminium if you're European, right? So, but always lower, or in this case, higher than the palladium. And if we're using other electrodes like a tungsten electrode, you see the elements above the tungsten. Granted, you see a little bit occurring like upwards from the palladium number 46, going to a silver 47, maybe even a cadmium, but that's because of the fusion that's going on, and we have a whole presentation about that. So everybody can go to Gareth's channel, for example, our own website, where you find everything that I'm talking about in the form of publications. But the thing is this, lighter elements are formed. So what we're seeing is, if we're going to a larger thing like this, we can see that parts of these branches, as we call them, are breaking off. They are breaking off kind of like this, or just that one, it would break off like that. And if you do the numbers of these branches, you find out that they, not only in number, but also in form, completely correspond with those lighter elements that the people are seeing in these experiments. This is how fission works of uranium, and lo and behold, the cold fusion field, and this is my conclusion where we can nicely perhaps give the stick to you, Ben. This is not only true with uranium, this is now true through the cold fusion field. We stumbled, as always, upon a method to fission stable, heavier elements. Because the elements I'm talking about, like the palladium, or the silver, or the lead, they are all completely stable, as everybody knows. They are not radioactive. But the current field is only using free neutrons to cause fission-like things. And the fusion allegedly, well, that's a whole nother ballgame. We're doing hot fusion. And that's it. I'm talking about everything in between that's being ignored, that the cold fusion field exposes. So these shapes are critically important. We see that nature has been doing this always, and we're just right now scratching the surface. Wait a minute, that's how it's happening. Because these steps that I'm talking about, like a carbon, and think now in geology or in cosmical terms, a carbon plus an oxygen, for example, here, and you put them together, you just get a silicon-28. Not only does the form allow it, the numbers allow it, and everything else allows it. And we start to understand that water, already mentioned before, is a very special substance. It's the basis for life. And I'm telling you everybody here, that water could very well be the fusion fuel of nature, that nature plays with, to create heavier elements, to create planetary bodies, to create stars, etc. But also to create more elements, perhaps even in biology. And we find out through the fission in the cold fusion field that nature builds in blocks and chunks. It can rip it off and it can put it back on. And that opens the door for us humans to do a very new kind of technology, or at least revolutionize nuclear technology completely and utterly. And that is what this foundation is about. Now, last tidbit then. This corresponds to many things, and our previous speaker touched upon it, maybe Andy will too, is that this seems to have a very much a link with what we find in all the geological layers and the metamorphic rocks and the pyrogenic intrusions and the quartz veins, gold, not to mention gold in gold veins, which is only deposited on the very edge of the bedrock right there. That's where the gold is, right? This stuff is created in situ, meaning at that place, right then and there is where it's created. It wasn't transported there, it was created there. So that's my claim, at least. And that's what we find out in the end through fundamental research. So Ben, this is where I want to stop with my introduction there. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Questions, things to talk about.
So I've got a bunch of questions written down. The audience.
That's the only way I can think of for you to see his screen rather than
Oh,
see
whoops.
to put a pin on it.
Stefan, mute your mic. Can you tell Stefan to mute his mic? We're hearing the call coming in.
It's strange because I see only this.
Black. Yeah.
I think I can control this.
Yeah, you can mute it black.
So like if everybody else can see it, then it's
okay. There we go. Yay, technology. Okay. Edo, my first question is, what was your very first discovery with the SAM model?
Ooh. Wow, you're taking me back there.
Yeah.
Well, first of all is my first conclusion, not discovery, but first conclusion was we're dealing with spheres, so meaning three-dimensional tangible objects, whatever they are. I'm not saying I know what a proton or an electron is, yeah? That's a whole nother ballgame. But we're dealing in an actual volume, so not point particles. But the real first find is that the geometry is there, but the geometry, which is a personal lesson for me, I guess, but maybe for others it resonates, I don't know. When you have the perfect carbon, not a perfect carbon. This is a perfect icosahedron. But if you go higher, and this is where all the other models broke as well, and this is where my first finding came out, which opened the door for the larger constructs. You will find, there's a little gap here, I hope everybody can see it. These two, they don't touch. These two, they don't touch. There's a gap. And it's not there when you have a carbon. Then, perfect.
So that just
it happens with this step. Now that means the underlying icosahedron is no longer a perfect icosahedron. And I struggled with that for the longest time, meaning I threw it away. I gave up. It's years and years and years ago. But it came back because it kept haunting me. What I learned is that when you add the next deuteron pair, that was one of the findings, this is a step to the next element. So the next two protons, or one proton, one neutron in the standard model, it causes that thing to open up because under here is a perfect tetrahedron. So it's an exchange. And you can see that exchange even in the binding energy nitty-gritty, meaning the larger geometrical perfect structure had to be flawed, broken, for a new one to arise. Translation in philosophical terms, which is an important critical lesson, first of all, to understand that the larger form is based on that concept. And second of all, this is how growth works. If you have something perfect, you cannot grow anymore. You need the errors, or rather the changes, in order to grow. So this was an important finding.
Right. So it was. I'm gonna diverge just a little bit because I want to ask a follow-up question to what you just showed us. If there is a break in between, oh, you can't see me pointing, but the audience here can. If there was a break in between the icosahedron that you described, we should be able to see that as an energy level difference. Can we not?
That is true. That is true. Because what you see is that the binding energy terminology, right? And there's a whole story there, but in binding energy terms, the carbon-12 is pretty neat. And if you go to the nitrogen step up, it's very little difference. So energy-wise, it's only 0.1 million electron volt, MeV or so. While on the average, you're talking several 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 MeV per step. And this one has very little. So you can see that there's an exchange. So it does have its extra, right? The normal 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 MeV, but there's a penalty there, a reduction, if you will. So you can see that totally.
Right. Okay. I've got more questions. Anybody have one? Nathan has one.
Yeah, it's been great to see what you've done with this over the years. Early on, there wasn't much discussion about the electron shell, quote shell, in this model. Has your thinking evolved at all in terms of what's going on outside of the nucleus?
Yes. So what we're saying is that the carbon is the largest substructure, if you will. Yeah. The deuteron is the first building block, meaning it's like a brick in a wall. Yeah, pretty much only in a three-dimensional construction here. The carbon is structurally a perfect form, but the neon, as we know, is the end of a complete orbital system, right? A complete shell. So in chemistry terms, for chemistry people here, then it's complete. Why it is complete now is because in the numbers as well, we now have 20 versus 20, meaning 20 protons, but we have 10 nuclear electrons and 10 outer electrons. And the whole around it forms a dodecahedral structure, electron-wise, meaning all these triangular surfaces of a carbon, I'll go back to a carbon, I can't show it perfectly, all these triangular surfaces is 20 in total. 20 charges in total. And we have these 20 charges, meaning now the shell is complete. So what I'm suggesting is that the shell structure of chemistry is more or less okay, but there needs to be a little revisement in order to be in cohesion with the structured atom model, and there needs to be a translation, if you will. But it does adhere to what we see in chemistry. So we're not violating chemistry known properties and whatnot. So it's basically per carbon is basically like a shell. You just need to reinterpret it a little bit. So the nuclear structure dictates the orbital shell structure, very much so. And then we hope in the future that we can build our software to show that, because we simply can't at the moment.
So it's not a uniform cloud. There's an imposed structure as a result of the inner structure.
Yes, however, if we're talking what is an electron orbital, right, and what is an electron, again, that's a whole can of worms on its own again. So every topic we're touching here basically deserves a couple of hours, and we're not there yet. Yeah.
Well, this might actually explain the weird shapes that electron orbitals take. Like if you look it up, it's not round. I mean, some of the electron orbitals are round, but a lot of them are weird teardrops and multiple teardrop shapes.
Yes, well, most of those depictions that we see are completely mathematical induced. Yeah, it's just math.
Right.
So I'm not saying it's entirely incorrect or anything. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But I'm saying is, there are mathematical depictions, and reality is probably much more a natural form.
Right. Okay, I've got 3 questions. We got 14 minutes left. Anybody else here got one? I don't want to If anybody online, any of the guests have a question, please unmute and ask it. Edo, let me go with this one. When the branches, tell us the significance of when a branch breaks. And like, do they ever break? I'm guessing that the carbon florets are probably the last thing to break apart. And it would be the arms that we see that actually break whenever we have that happen. Is that your understanding? Is that when we get fission, it's breaking off at the arms, but it's not one of the carbon florets? Or do we know that?
We know very little about this still, because the experiments we're referring to were not set up to figure that out, right? They had different goals in mind. So actually, the experiments that deal with this topic about these transmutations that I'm referring to are still to be done. It's something I hope to be participating in the future somehow, some way, but that still needs to be done. The importance is this, that we are unlocking the potential of transmutating pretty much every element in pretty much every other element. Now, that's maybe hundreds of years before we can do that much, but right, you get the gist. Cleaning up nuclear waste might be possible this way. Yeah. Maybe we don't need to use radioactive elements anymore. Maybe we can use a carbon-oxygen fusion mechanism to create silicon and a lot of energy, right? So this is all potential. The importance of the structure is to show that we need to think differently. Ghada, I think, is making a great case here of, you know, how thinking is a bit lopsided at the moment, to say the least, yeah? And we need to get that balance back. We need to have the ability to look at things differently. So you haven't heard me use a quantum mechanical term. It doesn't mean this all violates quantum mechanics, this and that, because everything is made out to be quantum mechanics, right? Everything is quantum, this and quantum that. But this is a reinterpretation. The Bohr model, you know, the Bohr model, this and that. Well, it only works, and not even really, for the hydrogen atom. That's not a model, right? So there are many, many, many problems in fundamental science where not collectively, right? So all the institutions and whatnot, we're not allowing dissident voices. We're not allowing novel research. We're not allowing other viewpoints, because science is institutionalized and the institutions are used for a power play. You know, governments have an opinion here, so to say, right? You could, just to throw out, not for the controversy, but anthropogenic climate change, right? One says it's due to human factors, the other says it's due to natural factors. But if you can't point out both sides, you can't have a proper scientific discovery process. That's the problem here. And but individual people can do these things. That's why we come together. What I'm trying to point out is we have a huge potential. And this potential not only goes into technology and science, but it translates to geology. It translates, like the previous speaker, to perhaps the processes taking place high up in our atmosphere where everything is ionized. So readily able to fuse and fission, for example, right?
Right.
So, and ionizing can happen inside the Earth as well. Magma is always, and I think a previous speaker mentioned that too, magma is completely associated and causally related to water. Most volcanoes are in the ocean, and the water comes up with the magma again, at least allegedly. Or maybe the water, like I said, is the fuel for a lanar active region called the Moho layer, some Russian name that I cannot really pronounce, you know, many kilometers deep down or miles down if you live in the States. And that could be an active region fed by water as a fuel, ignited by currents, right, due to solar activity or changes. And now you have a bubbling zone deep underneath, causing earthquakes, volcanoes, and whatnot. And I think Andy can talk a little bit about that topic as well, and weather-related phenomenon.
Yep. We're just about 9 minutes. Nathan's got another question for you.
Sure.
Are you familiar with Eric Reeder's threshold model? It's kind of an alternative to the quantum explanation. He's got some pretty good experimental evidence to go with it. He's a little eccentric, but I think he's onto something.
I can't say I am. Perhaps I am. Perhaps I'm not. I'm not so good with names. I hear way too many names, if you will.
So the basic assertion is that what we're seeing with quantum behavior isn't truly quantum. It's thresholded, and he has some experiments that show that unlike quantum, you actually can have the energy appear in two places. If you account for the fact that things jump, that electron shells jump in thresholds. Anyway, it's worth checking out. I think it'd be related to what you're doing.
Okay. Well, like I said, there's so much to discover still. I really feel that sometimes it depends on how you look at things, right? For me personally, I feel I've learned so much through this discovery process. The whole nuclear physics has been simplified through this model, yet completely applicable and all that. But it also taught me that we really have no proper understanding of whatever fundamental science we think we do. We don't. We have no clue what an electron is. We have no clue what a proton is, let alone the whole particle zoo that's made up afterwards. And I'll be very adamant about that. I don't do antimatter. I don't do antimatter. I don't do time travel, which is just a fairy tale. I'm sorry. It's an illusionist trick. I don't do black holes, for example. No big bangs. And, those things are simply not realistic. And not because of a lack of imagination or understanding of quantum mechanic fundamentals and whatnot. No, they're simply not even needed. They are unsensical concepts that lead to nothing. They don't lead to understanding. They don't lead to knowledge. Nothing realistic ever comes of it. It's just nice for movies. That's where it's nice.
It is nice for movies. Okay, anybody else have one? I've got one last question for you, Edo.
Sure.
Anybody else has one? Okay, what anomalies in the standard model does the SAM model cover?
Oy. Well, I should be able to rattle them off. I can say there's a lot of them.
I would suspect so.
What's a good example? Okay, fission of uranium, a neutron drip line, the shape of the nucleus recently confirmed, which is a real confirmation, by the way. That's a real win, yeah?
When did that happen? What was the date? Was that like this year?
I want to say 1 month ago.
Oh, just barely. Wow.
Yeah, very recent.
Who did that? Who confirmed it?
A university in England, I believe. I forgot the details there. I'm sorry. It's a press release, right? And some simple stuff there. But what I tried to show, that is a real confirmation that is not coincidental, I dare say. What are the odds, right? So that's a real one. But the fission, so no, there are about 30 nuclear models, all debated and written about in one book by Norman Cook, who passed away 4 or 5 years ago, something like that, who also had a structure for the nucleus, only lattice layered, and using protons and neutrons. And he wrote a book, Models for Atomic Nuclei. And he points out that none of the nuclear models in existence, liquid drop model, gaseous model, plum pudding model, etc., none of them are correct. They're all violating each other, if you will, not in cohesion. And none of them do proper predictions and all that. And none of them can predict fission, because fission of uranium has uneven products. So uranium is about, let's grab the table. We're still watching. Way at the bottom here, right? That's the
Yeah.
uranium here.
Yeah.
And it has 238-ish, and it falls apart in 140-ish and 8090-ish elements, right? So nobody, and not evenly split. But all the nucleus models basically predict an even split. Structured atom model explains this enigma you asked for, right? Standard model versus structured atom model.
Yeah.
We explain it completely logically because if you go there, if you go to the uranium, it's a little bit, where's the uranium? Excuse me. There's the uranium. If you, as you can see here in the center, these two branches come very close to each other. They start to interact. So it tries to form perfect geometry there too. So those two branches come together, and if you do the numbers of those two branches, and you take them off, can I do that quickly? Yeah. And you take them off, those two lighter parts on top and the heavier part on the bottom, lo and behold, you reach exactly those numbers that fission shows, 140-ish and 90-ish. Precisely those numbers. Also, the fission process can yield in free parts. What do you know, right? And not only that, the heavier isotopes and other heavier elements, they build on those two lighter products, and that product varies in range, and the other product doesn't really vary in range. So this is a completely logical, much stronger explanation structurally of, just structurally, right, number-wise, of how and why fission works as it works and why you get the products that we get, an uneven breakup, not an even breakup. So I would point out that's one of the best examples that I can think of for the structured atom model, but there are many, many more. So,
Oh, no, that's brilliant, because if you look at school books, at least I remember mine, it would show the products of fusion as there was no explanation as to why they would break apart they get. But here it's very visual what parts would break off and why.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not why, but at least what parts would break off.
The why is debatable, right? So we have a lot to say about low energy nuclear reaction experiments, for example. We even have a mechanism that we point out. It does not mean we understand all the underlying intrinsic mechanisms that are going on there. That is an ongoing research collectively, right? As I said, I truly believe, let me conclude with that from my part at least.
Sure.
We don't have proper understanding, and we need to start getting proper understanding. For me, this journey and all these findings, and I almost dare say for everybody speaking here, started with doing your own thinking. And the way I like to explain that is starting with a clean slate. So wipe your desk clean. Don't stay with the old concepts, the old paradigms. Example, the universe started with a big bang. Well, if you start thinking like that, then all you find will match that first concept that you accepted already before you started, right?
Right.
So those concepts have to take shape, if you will, through your research, through your observations. Observations come first, then comes logic, then comes rhetoric. We can talk about it, yeah?
Exactly.
And we have to start with observations, not with the rhetoric. That's what mainstream does. Well, the universe started with a big bang. It makes sense because we have an expansion. See, here's the observation, redshift. Well, that's just, cherry picking now. It has to go the other way around. Then you don't get to a big bang.
And it's not even cherry picking with the redshift. It is completely ignoring another explanation for redshift, aka Hawthorne. They just completely ignore what he said.
Right. So that implies there's an intrinsic something that causes redshift, whatever that may be, right? So the true answer is, again, we don't know. So to finish that thought, we don't know. We need a clean slate. If we ever want to make progress, we need a clean slate, and we have to do what we are trying to do here and see if we can infect other people with that, right? And with that thinking, because it is really a problematic thing. You cannot get proper understanding in the mainstream arena. It's not possible.
Not complete understanding. Edo, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna do a 5-minute break, let everybody wine and dine and bathroom and whatever, and then Ev, you're back up. So thanks again, Edo.
You're welcome.
That was fun.
It was.
I like listening to Edo.
I do too. I've never had that short
Learn
of
something
conversation.
every time I listen to it.
Oh, I do too. I've never had that short of conversation with like any of these guys. It's always over an hour. I feel bad that I had to cut it off.
Hey,
but-
you gotta stop now. You gotta stop now.
They've got a play coming in here at 2, and I'm just, it's just being fair to everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy for them, but not as easy
Yeah.
for us. So, such good stuff.
Those clouds on that last screen that was up there for a long time, the rainbow clouds.
Yeah.
We saw those in Springville once.
Are they?
In the middle of the day.
Wow.
Yeah, I was coming back to the camping truck and I like almost crashed my car. I was like, am I?
Yeah.
I'm like, right? What's going on? And I like was like, so my husband was like, yeah.
Right. Yeah, Stefan has taken some really good videos of different cloud formations, and he does it in time lapse, so you can watch them. And I did this too, and one of the things that we found that if you look at time lapse, you realize, in fact, if you look at a satellite view of time lapse clouds, you can see that there are standing waves in the atmosphere, and the clouds will blow through them. Like they will form a standing wave, and then hit the next one, then hit the next one, then go past it. And you're like, wait a minute, standing waves of what is in the atmosphere? But it's clearly there. I mean, it's energy.
Yeah.
Is it electromagnetic? I don't know. I don't know what else it would be. But there are clearly standing waves just sitting in our atmosphere. You're like, wow, that's not the world I believe
Thought, yeah.
that I thought was there.
Well, and it gives a better explanation to why clouds float. In my.
Well, the big thing that Velikovsky talked about is that clouds have to be charged, and if they're charged, negative, which is exactly what Gerald Pollack says, because they're easy water has a negative and positive component. The positive component would be the precipitation, the negative component would react with the earth and be repulsed by it.
So water molecules polar anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the way the way charge is usually talked about is in the sense that it's like intrinsic. And I've done some research on pollen, similar kind of thing. It's like, what is the charge of pollen? Well, it's not a product of what its innate charge is. It's a product of where it is. So if I have a water molecule up in the atmosphere and we have, the fair weather effect and this voltage gradient across the atmosphere, it's going to, unless it moves very rapidly, it's going to take on the charge of that location. And so it's more of a measure of the charge in its local environment. And so, yeah, if I were to take potential charged particles and put them at a certain place in the atmosphere, there becomes a gradient where there's a resistance for them to change locations within that gradient.
Right.
And that's not a small amount either. It's like 100 volts per meter charge differential as you move up.
I know, just from like here to
Yeah.
lower the head.
Yeah.
So when Stefan was talking, he was talking about microwaving rocks. He
Yes.
actually sent me.
Oh, cool.
So some of those ones on his presentations are those rocks
I
right
have to
there.
try it.
Oh, I'm absolutely, I've done it too. Yeah, he's done it too. Okay, we got about 30 seconds.
So cool. I think the only scientific microwave experiment we ever did growing up was microwaving grapes so they catch fire.
You're right. That's the.
Yeah.
You scared me.
Jerry, no,
They were gonna tell me.
he talks about this thing that it's the location which makes all the difference. And he talks about in terms of cellular biology. It says you can take a cell, a stem cell, put it in a different environment and it will do different things. So it's not the DNA in the cell that's creating it, it's the environment that it's.
Cell interaction. Yeah.
No, Mike 11.
Yeah, like 11.
I'm sure Michael does that too. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
We'll look at these more Later, just right here.
Um,
Okay, let's make sure we're still recording. Still recording, good. All right, Eb, just give us another 10 seconds for everybody getting their seats and we'll start.
No worries, buddy. I'm
All
just
right.
trying to figure out if I can figure out how to do the screen share thing so people aren't looking at me.
I think it's a big green button at the bottom, but I mean, you're already on, so. Okay, everybody.
I see that, but
Got it. Okay.
I'll flip it on now and see if it shows up.
All right, let's do it. Looks like it.
Looks like it.
There we go. Got it. Okay, Eb Cochrane, you're on, baby. Take it away.
Ben, I gotta say, I'm mighty impressed with your shirt today, partner. That's awesome.
Yeah, you bet. Bob would be wearing his, but he's presenting, so he decided to dress up a little bit.
Yeah, I tried to look a little bit more formal.
So, all right, man, I'm excited.
Very fitting for the occasion.
Right. All right, go ahead. What do you got?
I would start by quoting one of the top mythologists in the world, Jan Povel, and he said, quote, "In mythology, as in any other scholarly or scientific activity, it is important to recall that the datum itself is more important than any theory that may be applied to it." The catastrophe theory defended by David Talbot and myself is fundamentally a historical reconstruction. Employing the comparative method, we examine ancient myths, artworks, and languages from around the globe for clues with regards to the recent history of the solar system, being always on the lookout for recurring thematic patterns, especially those of an anomalous nature. Our guiding principle is that there is more to be learned from the testimony of ancient skywatchers themselves regarding the past appearance and behavior of the respective celestial bodies than from performing computer simulations based upon current planetary models. Our primary findings include the following basic propositions. 1, the first gods were the planets, pure and simple. 2, myths of creation, inasmuch as they describe the deeds of the gods in ordering the cosmos, are best understood as eyewitness accounts recounting extraordinary cataclysmic events involving the respective planets moving in close proximity to Earth and giving rise to the principal structure of the celestial landscape, such as the luminous city on the hill, the 4 world directions, the world tree, the ladder to heaven, etc. 3, the Queen of Heaven referenced in the Old Testament and in countless other ancient texts around the globe is to be identified with the planet Venus. 4, the warrior hero represented by such familiar figures as Heracles, Gilgamesh, and Samson is to be identified with the planet Mars. 5, the global myth of the sacred marriage or Hieros Gamos, most familiar in Homer's account of the surreptitious love affair between Aphrodite and Ares, describes a close conjunction of Venus and Mars. 6, the earliest cosmogonic myths of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Mesoamerica encode the explosive birth of the turquoise sun, a sun which is clearly distinguishable from the present sun. 7, the origin of the primary institutions of human civilization, such as religion, philosophy, monumental architecture, drama, dance, music, sports, science, marriage ritual, etc., is firmly rooted in and derived much of its inspiration from the catastrophic events involving the respective planets. 8, the history of the solar system defended in modern astronomical textbooks is utterly wrong-headed and divorced from reality. Although controversial at first sight, the idea that the first gods were planets is readily demonstrable upon a critical analysis of the relevant evidence. In the earliest writing system of Sumer, for example, the concept of God was represented by the sign of a star. Already in the 4th millennium BCE, Sumer's greatest goddess, Inanna, is explicitly identified with the planet Venus. What is true of ancient Mesopotamia is also true of Egypt, where the leading god Horus is identified with a prominent star in pictographs dating to 3000 BC. I'll try and show that here.
Also, Ev, can you maximize your screen for us?
I don't know what that means.
You know how to
The little,
F11, press the.
try F11?
the little green
The
dot on your.
green dot on the Mac, yeah.
The green dot on the Mac.
Yeah.
Oh.
On the
Up in the top left of your window.
Top left. There's a
Yep.
green dot.
Yep. So the window that you're using for your presentation has a red, yellow, and green dot. Hit the green one.
Oh, okay.
Yay!
Did that help?
Yep, got it. Okay.
Okay, so I referenced this early pictograph from Egypt, 3000 BC, identifying Horus as a god. So this is that glyph where Horus is at the top of falcon, and then you have the appearance sign, the second sign, the third sign is the star. So clearly the leading god of Egypt is identified with the star, no doubt about it. One other question then, does my little cursor, does it show up on your screen?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Okay, great. All right. So the Dean of Egyptologists, Eric Horning, admitted the obvious, quote, the earliest home of the gods that we can discern is the sky. So too the Greek god Zeus and his various cognates and other Indo-European pantheons is unequivocally identified as being celestial in nature. The name Zeus derives from the root tu and denotes sun, sky, to shine, or god. Simply stated, the earliest gods of which we have any knowledge can be securely identified with material bodies in the sky overhead, i.e. the most prominent stars and planets. Oh, shit. Oops. Click the wrong cursor. The oldest written texts known portray the gods' planets as agents of apocalyptic disaster. Sumerian hymns describe Inanna Venus as a towering planet filling the sky. Quote, she who fills the heaven and earth with her huge brilliance. End of quote. Yet the same texts describe her as waging war on mankind and wading through their blood. Quote, Inanna, drenched in blood, rushing around in great battles, covered in storm and flood. In heaven and on earth, you roar like a lion and devastate the people. Remarkably similar traditions are reported of the Egyptian eye goddess Hathor, who is explicitly described as a celestial body and was said to have waged war on mankind and waded through their blood. It is our claim that the two mythological accounts are similar because they represent common memories of the same catastrophic events involving the planet Venus. So too, the planet Mars is everywhere described as a furious warrior hell-bent on destroying the world. Thus it is that the Babylonian god Nergal, expressly identified with the red planet, is invoked as a raging storm spanning heaven. Quote, Lord, mighty storm, raging with your great powers, whose greatness covers heaven and earth, Nergal, inspiring fearsome terror, youth whose advance is a hurricane, warrior, you are a great and furious storm. End of quote. Evident in the earliest Mesopotamian and Egyptian texts alike is the core belief that the epiphany of the gods is something that takes place in the skies overhead and is of a catastrophic nature, marked by the shaking of heaven and earth, prodigious bouts of lightning, and earthquakes. This is nowhere better illustrated than in ancient descriptions of sunrise, which speak of it as a tumultuous occasion marked by the shaking of heaven and earth. Of the numerous texts that could be cited in this regard, the following Sumerian incantation to the sun god is representative. Quote, as my king comes forth, the heavens tremble before him and the earth shakes before him. End of quote. Elsewhere in the same hymn, the sun god is described as follows, quote, the Lord thunders over the mountains like a storm, end of quote. Now I ask, does this sound like a realistic description of the modern experience of sunrise? In what sense is a solar epiphany ever accompanied by thunder or the shaking of heaven and earth? Here too, the evidence encoded in ancient languages It corroborates the testimony of the earliest written texts with regards to the inherent relationship between the primeval sun and the lightning storm. The Sumerian logogram Ud, for example, denotes sun, yet the same logogram denotes storm and constitutes the traditional epithet of the archaic thunder god. The same anomaly is to be found in the unrelated Akkadian language, where Umu denotes sun as well as storm. So too in Mesoamerica, the Proto-Maya term Ku denotes sun, god, divinity, while the cognate Ku denotes lightning, thunderbolt. Encoded in such archaic terminology is the empirical observation that the primordial sun was the focus of intense electrical discharges, likely plasma-based in nature, as per the theories of Ralph Jurgens, Anthony Perrott, and Walt Thornhill. Early artworks allegedly depicting the sun are equally difficult to square with the familiar solar orb and hint at a radically different celestial landscape in the recent past. Figure 2 shows different solar images commonly depicted on Mesopotamian cylinder seals. There's a good example. It will be evident at once that not one of them bears any resemblance to the present sun. The current sun does not have a crescent, does not appear in a crescent, for example, nor does it typically reveal a star-like form in its center. Oh, God's sake. Now consider the image depicted in figure 3. See if we can get there. A close variation on the previous figure, representing an earlier phase in the evolutionary history of the polar configuration, in which a lightning-like filaments radiate across the disk of the sun. In our view, the global traditions of a lightning discharging solar eye likely find their origin here. An old Babylonian hymn provides a representative example of this thematic pattern. Quote, "May the sun god at his rising from his chamber gaze with his favorable eye. May everyone praise him together when he raises his eyes, flashing like lightning." Analogous traditions will be found around the world. The same conception appears among the indigenous Dasana of the Amazonian jungle. Quote, "Lightning is also interpreted as a glance from the sun, a rapid twinkle. So too it will be remembered that Zeus's eye cast forth the thunderbolt in Greek tradition." To summarize, the voluminous evidence presented by ancient literary texts, artworks, and language speaks with one voice in telling of a radically different sun prevailing in the relatively recent prehistoric past. It is at this point that the informed reader is confronted with certain fundamental questions of logic and common sense. At what point does the evidence become simply too compelling to be ignored? In a recent discussion of scientific methodology, the astronomer John Steele pointed to the decisive role planetary observations have played in the development of the respective physical and mathematical sciences. It was ancient Babylonian planetary observations, after all, that Ptolemy consulted in order to place Greek astronomy and mathematics on a secure scientific foundation, after which the new science spread to India, China, Egypt, and Arabia. Steele offered the following important observation, quote, "Astronomy always has been and still is a science that relies on the use of past observations. Unlike most sciences, astronomy can never be truly experimental. Astronomers can only observe the astronomical phenomena that present themselves. Perhaps uniquely in the sciences, astronomers, therefore, are forced to rely upon empirical data collected by their predecessors. Yet, as we have documented in the case of the turquoise sun and other works, modern astronomers have almost uniformly ignored the astronomical observations included in the ancient literary texts, pictographs, and artworks. They do so at their own peril. For what could be more revolutionary in its implications than the possibility that a wholly different sun dominated the sky in the relatively recent past? At what point can we expect a fruitful interface between the testimony of ancient sky watchers and modern science? To take another concrete example, close to 3 decades ago now, I authored an article suggesting that the ancient sky watchers witnessed meteorites falling from Mars. There I cited a Babylonian omen, quote, "If in the sky a meteor from a planet Mars appears, destruction of cattle will appear in the land," end of quote. At the time the article appeared, less than 10 such meteorites were known, and it was widely held that rocks could never be removed from the red planet and find their way to Earth without being destroyed in the process. Tom Van Flanders, a distinguished astronomer and personal friend of Dave and myself, even authored a carefully reasoned article decrying the possibility. Within a few short years, however, as hundreds of additional Martian meteorites were identified here on Earth, astronomers were compelled to change their tune. Suddenly, every Tom, Dick, and Harry had an hypothesis for how these rocks had been expelled from Mars. The favored view was by massive impact events on the red planet. Needless to say, every single one of these theorists held that the rocks were expelled millions of years ago and somehow found their way to Earth virtually unscathed. According to the theory of Talbot and myself, however, Mars was only recently located in close proximity to Earth, where it participated in a spectacular tug of war with Venus and Earth, during which it experienced prodigious external stresses and high energy discharge events that dramatically shaped its morphology, geology, atmosphere, orbital motion, and biosphere, if any. Under our catastrophist scenario, it is relatively easy to imagine Mars rocks being ejected from the surface and falling to Mars. See if I can bring up a picture here of what we had in mind. So the image on the left is a simulation that we did at a prominent business where the yellow orb is a Saturn-sized orb, the green orb is Venus, and the red orb is Mars. And so that is one particular phase that we identified, and we'll get to the other phases here in a second. Mars's recent catastrophic past must also be kept in mind when seeking to understand various other anomalous features of the planet. Consider the compelling evidence for large bodies of water on the Martian surface. One scientist speaks of abundant evidence for oceans. Robert Malkout underscores the problem. Quote, "A major unanswered question is the source of all that water for the northern basin. Where did all that water come from, and when did it appear on the surface of Mars?" End of quote. Now I ask, what makes more sense? Oceans forming on Mars while in near proximity to Earth, or on its current distant orbit, where freezing temperatures and the lack of an appreciable atmosphere preclude the formation of liquid water? Consider also the dramatic dichotomy between the northern and southern hemispheres, widely acknowledged to be, quote, "one of the largest enigmas on Mars," end of quote. The northern hemisphere is some 5 to 6 kilometers lower in height than its southern counterpart and has evidently suffered a significant excavation of several miles of surface rock. How do astronomers explain this bizarre dichotomy? You guessed it, a massive impact from billions of years ago. But other possibilities warrant serious consideration. Ralph Jurgens, writing in 1974, had this to say of the puzzle presented by the ginormous system of canyons near the Martian equator. Quote, "To me, this entire region resembles nothing so much as an area sapped by a powerful electrical arc advancing unsteadily across the surface. Is it possible that Mars was bled of several million cubic kilometers of soil and rock in a single encounter with another planetary body, i.e. Venus?" Now imagine what would happen if Jurgens and Thornhill are right that the red planet's tortured landscape is a result of electrical scarring, and the rapid removal of millions of tons of surface rock. What would happen to all that rock? Certainly some of it would be expelled to outer space, with a portion making its way to Earth and other celestial bodies. Yet a certain proportion would fall back to Mars. What then do we see in pictures taken by the recent space probe? The Martian surface is literally littered with rocks. Are we supposed to believe that these rocks have remained in their current seemingly pristine state since the origin of the red planet? On the contrary, many of these rocks look like they were just recently dropped onto the surface of the planet. With respect to the rocks that remain on Mars, an examination of them should show telltale signs of recent firing. And by firing, we don't imagine rocks being used by little green men to build a campfire. Rather, the almost unimaginably intense and repeated bouts of interplanetary thunderbolting, the forces of which would likely produce shocking glassification, melting, and the formation of fulgurites. Indeed, we would not be surprised to find evidence of the instantaneous fusion of elements preserved in such rocks. At the same time, we would expect to find anomalous pockets of remnant magnetism on the Martian surface as a result of these recent catastrophic events. In short, the catastrophist hypothesis leads to a series of predictions that are diametrically opposed to the conventional view that such prominent Mars features trace to the early days of the solar system. The catastrophist claim should be eminently testable once we are able to retrieve a decent sample size of Martian rocks and subject them to testing and analysis. In the meantime, we remain confident that the catastrophist position will eventually be vindicated, although we may not live to see it. After all, the datum is more important than any theory that may be applied to it. To paraphrase a famous taunt from the inner city playground, the datum don't lie. Okay, now I'm going to see if I can manage this screen here and bring up some pictures for you guys.
Hey.
I'm having trouble moving this thing around. Let's see here. Try and
They're gone now.
Oh, we just have to move the mouse.
Trying to, I've got two screens going, and unfortunately, can you guys still see the images on the screen?
Yes, we see Mars, Venus, Saturn, and the floral depiction of Venus discharging. That's the one we see. It's got to minimize it.
Okay, I'll see if we can wander around here a little bit, since it's hard to. I can't seem to get my screen to line up to where I can use it. But okay, so let's just go through a couple of these images so you get a feeling. But there's a picture of Dave and Wall from the glory days. That was from around 2000. And at that time, we were attending this conference in Michigan put on by Tony Peratt and the IEEE Symposia. Tony is the guy on the far left. The next gentleman is C.J. Ransom, a plasma physicist long associated with Kronos and Aeon. Dave is next, and then Wall. But basically, our research has been trying to figure out how to explain these pictographs in prehistoric rock art. And so on the images on the left, the one I would draw your attention to is this 8-petaled flower-like object. This is found in Ireland from, let's say, 3500 BC. This one over here in the top right corner is from China, same period of time, showing a sun-like object atop a crescent, atop a mountain. And the third object is the Venus sign from Mesoamerica. And all top scholars agree that this sign has something to do with Venus, but it's kind of a peculiar image. Okay, so now we move to the image we saw previously with the simulation showing what the planets would look like if they were lined up in conjunction. The one at the upper right is our simulation of what that 8-petaled flower star would look like. It's just this one on the left with 8 petals sprouting. And again, analogous images to that 8-image petal or 8-petaled star will be found all around the globe in prehistoric contexts. So something was clearly seen. Back to the Venus image here. Now look at these the Venus images from Mesoamerica, I should point out. So these are now images from Mesopotamia from 2500 BC, let's say. And we'll just run through a series of them, but you can see that it's the exact same image. And so all the top Maya scholars will tell you that the picture of Venus from their hieroglyphic script is not a picture at all, has nothing to do with the star. It's just a schematic showing the 4 phases of Venus is how they explain those 4 little dots. But we maintain that the 4 dots, since they show up in Mesopotamia as well, are real celestial objects, obviously. And just by total coincidence, when Tony Peratt was running his lightning discharge experiments from Las Vegas in the 80s and 90s, all top secret stuff that Dave and I did not have access to, he came up with this image here. And it's the exact same image showing a star-like object in the middle with four dots around it. And as Tony explained to us, those 4 dots are synchrotron radiation, which are only possible in high energy discharge experiments or episodes, let's put it that way. So that's pretty much what I have, and I'm happy to field any and all questions and go back to any of the pictures that we have.
Okay, I want to talk about this image that you've got with, didn't you also call that the quincunx sign?
That's what the Mayan scholars call it. Yes, it's either a Lamat, L-A-M-A-T, or a quincunx. They use both terms interchangeably.
Right. So the other thing is that, are those, the 4 dots, are those filaments that we're looking at straight on? Or are they spheres?
Yes.
They are.
No, they're it's synchrotron radiation coming in from outer space along that polar axis, uniting the various planets.
I can't believe that whoever, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. What's the theory of what caused that to be visible all around the world?
Did you hear that, Ed?
Well, that's yes, I did, and it's a great question, and it's kind of above my pay grade. I wish Tony was here or Wall to describe it, but in a nutshell, just as we see the aurora lights today, in a high energy discharge situation, it's just lighting up your atmosphere coming in from, in the current terms, in the north, from the north, right, and exciting those electrons. But this is, so it's a similar phenomenon. And so in Tony's seminal paper on this from about 2003, I think, he talks about, he shows a schematic of how this is possible physically. And like I say, he has done this in a library, coming up with, in a laboratory. So he's confirmed that it's possible.
Okay, I've got a question going back to the first of your presentation was, and it's I guess it's almost a 2-part question, but okay, let's talk about the Sumerians. The Sumerians gave us a lot of the information that you put in the first part of your presentation. How long ago?
That was my question too, yeah.
Yeah, how long ago did the Sumerians live?
It was about 5,000.
Well, the earliest part of their civilization was roughly 3000, and already at 3000 BC they were talking about Venus more than any other god out there. And so they invented writing about 3000 BC.
Okay, so that brings a lot of interesting ideas. If this was 3000 BC and they're reporting this in the sky, that means that this stuff was very visible, not 10,000 years ago, but well under 5,000 years ago, and probably 3,000 years ago. That's insane.
Not necessarily, not necessarily observing it at that point, right?
I will talk.
It was at least in their memory at that point.
It was at least in their memory.
Are you gonna talk about?
Which could be generational memory.
Right. Just, okay, so the other thing is that if that's the case, even if it's generational memory that they're talking about here and putting these signs and symbols up for us, that would have to mean that the timekeeping was also screwed up about that same time. So the amount of time, the further we go back, the less accurate our time of how far things back would be, I would think, because we keep time by Sol, by our sun. But if we have Venus and Saturn and all doing this big dance in the sky, time as we know it and timekeeping is thrown out the window, essentially.
The years would be different lengths.
The years would be different lengths.
Yeah. Everything you say is true, yes.
But that means it would have changed within just a few millennia, which is amazing.
But also affect human ages as reported as well.
Most likely.
Have you ever run across that these phenomenon affected the age that humans lived, like how long they could live?
Well, I'm saying your measure for human life would also change. So if the year was different. You know, both things could be possible.
Right.
There's been speculation that if the Earth was tucked into like a round dwarf atmosphere, we wouldn't be able to see the stars. And then the creation stories would talk about basically the stars coming into existence as the Earth is brought out of its cocoon. But it could also affect lifespan. It's very idealistic. There'd be very little radiation from the solar, effects and whatnot. So it would be a very like cocoon-oriented place for Earth to begin.
Idyllic.
Yeah, it would.
Garden.
Yeah, exactly.
And what's your understanding of the tumultuous sunrise?
Well, the single most important event in creation myths around the globe is the original appearance of the sun. And so that's what my most recent book is about. And all those cultures paint that sun as a flower-like object, and it just exploded into the sky and it had a turquoise green color. And so, it was a specific historical event that, kind of like a supernova situation, that was just unbelievably awe-inspiring, grabbed everybody's attention, but it was also super dangerous, when synchrotron radiation was involved and that kind of stuff. So it was very catastrophic. As Dave emphasized from day one of his researches in the middle of the 70s, creation was an event that was heard, around the world. There were tremendous thunderous sounds associated with these gargantuan, unimaginable lightning discharges, by the way. So it was a very, very traumatic event that human beings simulated then for the next several thousand years in remarkably specific rituals designed to emulate those stupendous events.
The one that I was really interested in about is how we celebrate the New Year's by banging pots and pans and lighting fireworks. And apparently that's not just a Western tradition at all.
Absolutely not. It's found all around the world, and it signifies the same thing all around the world. And that's the, the origin of this primeval sun and the start of a new period of time, a new beginning. That's what the new year is all about. Um, and as you know, in ancient Rome, for example, the new year is March 1st. It was named after the god Mars, and it was supposedly designed to celebrate the original birth of Mars. And there's all kinds of other things involved that are unbelievably specific. Just going to show that these weren't made up memories or made up fairy tales for children. These are precisely recalled events,
Right.
precise descriptions of prehistoric.
I was really struck with one of your pictographs showing what the plasma displays look like in China. And I can't help but see the similarities between the shape of that plasma display or the pictograph and the Chinese temples and the Chinese architecture.
That's exactly correct. That's just exactly what, let me see if I can pull that image up again.
I mean,
that is actually one of my favorite images. Okay, so not only do pagodas and those kind of structures look that way, but if you went over to the ziggurats in Mesopotamia, it was known as a mountain to the sky or the heavenly mountain, and on all those ziggurats there was a towering crescent put on top of the ziggurat. That's a little known fact, but it exactly simulates this image here on the right. That to me, this is the earliest image. I've never found one like that in Mesopotamia as pristine as this one from China.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Okay, does anybody else have any other questions?
What's your take on Ben Davidson's catastrophe cycles? He's gone back and in his model, there's a catastrophe about every 12,000 years. And of course, that puts the next one right on our doorstep. But there's a series of these, and there, there's soil layers and various evidence that he cites. Do you think any of this could coincide? In his model, it's solar. It's sort of he calls it a micronova. The idea that the sun periodically spits out a minor nova.
I think it would probably be best if I just avoided talking about his material. Number one, Ben kind of piggybacked on our stuff and used to attend our conferences in the old days. And then he based a lot of his material on Tony Perat's stuff. And so I place absolutely zero credence in anything Ben says. Let's put it that way.
So you see it as incompatible. It's not a
100% incompatible, other than where he borrows Tony's plasma effects and the aurora, seen in the sky, the possibility of auroras having catastrophic implications. That's certainly valid. But I'm not very familiar with Ben's stuff since he, has been going off that tangent. Let's put it that way.
Right. All right, Andy. I'm sorry, Andy, you're up. Ev, thank you very much. I really thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity, you guys. It's been fantastic. Thank you.
And we'll do it again in September.
Good luck.
Okay.
Hope so.
Yeah, we will. Again, a 5-minute break, and then Andy, you're on. So here we go. I'll put the timer on for 5 and okay, stretch, bathroom, everything.
Yeah, it's all going to feed into itself.
Started and
so that's probably why I'm going last.
Right.
You should feel your stuff's gonna be very.
It's going to tie it all together. Basically.
It is.
We've all brought up some organic talking points.
Next, let me flip this around.
Robert, you from here? You play in?
I am from Vernal. Originally, I'm from Pittsburgh, so I might have a bit of an accent. And I use the word yins a lot instead of y'all. Funny thing was, I was actually looking for property in Willis, and while I was out there, someone broke into my car, so they messed up the whole side panel door, and the handle was all dangling and everything. So I was just drove down here and go to my uncle's house, and I took my license, because he used to do body work, so I was just, I've been down here since Friday, I worked on the car, I figured I might as well just stay. I was going here anyway, instead of driving back and coming back.
Yeah.
Just stay at my in-laws, get here, present, and then I'm gonna head on home after this.
Nice. Well, that's too bad about your car.
Well, at least I got it fixed, you know.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that expensive. I took it to the dealership. They've tried to charge me like $800 to replace a door handle. You know, I was like, no, I'm not doing that. Especially, oh, sorry, especially when I did a price, check on the parts, just, I figured parts was like maybe $100. I paid for overnight shipping, so it was like $150. I was thinking maybe labor, $350, $400 sales tax out the door, $800. And I was like, no, absolutely no.
Yeah.
I'd rather YouTube it and do it myself.
When I lived in Missouri, my car got stolen out of the driveway.
Right out of the driveway.
Yes, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. My neighbor heard them start the car and she thought, man, that girl's always going. And I got up.
Well, the car is, but.
Yeah, I saw the car was gone. I thought my oldest daughter must have taken it. When I went to her room, she was asleep still.
Oh, no.
Where's the car?
Yeah,
and 4 days later, they found it out of gas. And they had used a pry bar, jammed a pry bar in and just pried the door open and then broke the steering column.
Oh.
And so it took a little bit, I can't remember how much it cost, but that was 4 days later when they found it. So I had to get to work, so I had to pack the whole car by the time I got it back. And I didn't dare park it outside. I left it in the garage for a couple of months. And then I just thought, well, this is stupid. I might as well just sell it. So I sold it. The lady that bought it. I think it was 5 days after she bought it, it got stolen from her while she was at work working a night shift at a care center. And that time they told it.
Geez, they just had fun field day with it.
Well, she hadn't even gotten insurance on it yet. She hadn't, yeah, she hadn't switched the title over.
Didn't even get a binder or nothing? Oh, man.
So all she had was a bill of sale for me. And so I had to go to the tow lot to get the car out for her. And when I said, there's no sense getting it out of the tow lot.
Wow.
The wheels were, it was sitting on the ground on the rims. Yeah. Everything was gone. The Suburban that got stolen.
Some people's kids.
They broke every window, took every part they could. The whole thing was so.
Yeah, but that's partially the area.
It was the most popular model in Missouri at the time.
Oh, and just in case we can't pull it up.
Oh, got it. Okay. And we're back.
All right.
Hit the go live there.
Oh,
okay.
Sounds good.
And we're good. Andy, it's all yours, baby. Take it away.
Okay, do you hear me okay?
We hear you great.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Well, first of all, thanks, Ben and Robert and everybody else there who decided to put this mini conference on. Appreciate it.
It's all Ben. I'm just a participant.
Okay. What I want to talk about today is plasma orogeny, or how plasma winds, dusty plasma winds and shockwaves shape mountains. And I'll show some features that are unique to shockwaves to dispel consensus geology. Discuss some characteristics of the wind and finalize with some time for questions.
Okay, good. Andy, that'll be great. I'm sorry. I'm just getting some people back in the abs coming back.
Okay.
Yes, that's great. Wonderful.
Okay. So normally sand dunes are made by the wind as it undulates over the ground in waves of compression and expansion. And where expansion occurs, you have fast winds that carry the sand. And where compression occurs, the wind slows down, and that's where the sand settles, forming the dunes. And so the dunes actually form in the shape of the compression waves, and you see that they repeat harmonically because they're essentially sound waves. Mountains are made the same way, except they're supersonic compression waves. So this form here is a tetrahedron. It's typical of most of the mountains on the planet. This side here, this straight, flat, triangular face is the windward face. So the wind was coming from left to right, in this case, building this large dune. The dune's built in by supersonic winds by the shock wave. The shock wave forms this tetrahedron form, and it's called the lambda structure. And in this case, the wind is coming again from left to right. This is the windward face, this flat triangular piece. And down here at the bottom of this plane is what's called the separation bubble. Now, this is related to the same phenomena that causes shock diamonds in the exhaust of a rocket or jet airplane, where supersonic flow forms a shock wave that impinges on the walls of the jet stream, and that shock wave reflects. It bounces just like light hitting a mirror. It reflects and creates a reflected shock wave that forms this diamond pattern. So the same thing occurs. Well, the diamond pattern at a low Mach speed, that is just above the speed of sound, will create a low relief angle to create this diamond pattern. But as the wind speeds up to higher Mach levels, the angle increases and the frequency of the diamonds increases, as you can see here. So this would be a higher Mach, faster wind than the one at the top. When the wind flows over a boundary layer, like the ground, for instance, it forms this shock structure called the lambda structure that I showed you before. This is the tetrahedral structure. And this is formed by the friction of the wind over the land. And this is a compression wave, this entire structure. And it's quite complex. And you can see in here the light. This is a Schlieren photograph, which shows the pressure regimes within this airflow. And these bright light areas are areas of expansion, and these darker areas are areas of compression. And you can see,
Andy, is this going from right to left or from left to right?
The wind is going from left to right.
Thank you.
And they have different names for all these features within the shock structure. There are three areas that I want to focus in. The lambda structure itself, which forms the tetrahedron. The separation bubble, which is this area right down here at the bottom, where you see all this turbulence. And it also has a sloping tetrahedral shape at the foot of it, right here at the front. And then there's a recirculation zone, and that is where the airflow has to rise over this bubble and flow around, and it recirculates behind and causes interference in the backside. So I'll show you features that are existing in formed by all three of those areas. Most mountains are formed in this area called the separation bubble at the bottom of the lambda structure. And this area is a dead zone. The air is almost static in this region, and they have supersonic winds that are flowing above it and through the lambda structure, and they're having to incline over this bubble that's being formed. So they incline over it, and we have the incident shock wave is this dark line right here, and this is the reflected shock wave that forms this backside of the tetrahedron. So a mountain that forms in the separation bubble will typically layer in like this. It will form first along a shock wave. It will fill the tetrahedron. And then once the tetrahedron's filled, it forces the shock wave to move back into the wind. So the wind in this case is coming from right to left to build this mountain, and it's layering it in as the shock wave advances into the wind, forming new shock boundaries. And this is what it looks like. This is a mountain in southern Arizona called Mount Graham. And you can see that it just layers one tetrahedron on top of another, on top of a hi, sweetheart. How can I help you? I'm doing my presentation right now. They have something. Do that? I'm on a presentation. Okay. Okay, sweetheart. Thank you. Sorry about that. But you can see this layers on the tetrahedron just like fish scales, and then forming this whole ridge line in the mountain. And on the back side of this mountain, it just drops off precipitously. This is the lambda structure section of that forms the tetrahedron. And once the separation bubble fills up, this will begin to fill. And if the lambda structure fills up, it'll form a houndstooth-like mountain that has a dip to the stratigraphy that is at a lower angle than the face of it. And this face of it is called the Mach angle that's created by the incident shock. And it's related to the speed of the wind. So it's called the Mach angle. It's mathematically related to the velocity of the wind. And then this layering occurs at a lower angle, and that can be demonstrated on Mount Everest. It's a full lambda structure filled. The northern face is the windward face, and you can see it's at an extremely steep angle at about 70 degrees, but the stratigraphy is at this lower angle that is just like it's shown in the pressure regimes of the lambda structure in a wind tunnel. So now I'll show you some unique shockwave features that can only be from a shockwave. First, the Mach angle, pressure instabilities. We'll look at harmonics, a feature called the Mach stem, and expansion fans, and another feature called the lambda foot. This is a tetrahedron in the San Rafael Swell in Utah. You can see that it has a very low relief angle, and that's from relatively slow winds, Mach 1 perhaps. I think from tip to base, this tetrahedron is at least a mile, if not a mile and a half long. This is another tetrahedron that's also in the San Rafael Swell, and you can see it's at a much higher angle of relief, indicating the winds that formed this were much, much faster. And you can see it's all layered and forms a very nice tetrahedron. On top of it, more winds came, and these winds were slowing down because you can see the stratigraphy, the angle is relaxed somewhat. So the winds were slowing. And here's another example of where the stratigraphy changes in its dip, also because the winds were slowing down as the tetrahedron was positive. Here's a tetrahedron where it's almost vertical, and this isn't because of fast winds necessarily, but because the winds were in air, so the winds were inclining up the hill and forming this tetrahedron. And looking at it, you would think that, well, all these layers must have just pancaked one on top of another by the wind. But in fact, it didn't happen like that. And I'll show you examples of how it did happen. This is a feature I call the egg, and it's a feature that forms in an unstable lambda structure, in an unstable waveform. And it's this blue feature right here is a high pressure zone. And what happens as the wind blows through the lambda structure, it has to go around this high pressure zone, and the dust goes beneath it and behind, and it gets compressed up behind this egg structure to form a mountain peak. And an example of that's here, where you can see the rock comes back and folds right up and curls at the top because it's flowing back behind that high pressure egg. And you can see how the face of this is dished in because this is where the egg sat right here. You see the same thing happen in the layer before. It's dished in because of the egg, and the material flowed in and up behind, just like that. Over on this mountain is another tetrahedral structure here that's caved in, and that was also because of the high pressure egg that settled in right there at that part of the lambda structure. This is another tetrahedron that's in the San Rafael swell, and the same thing occurred here. You have depression here where the high pressure zone formed, and then the material flowed in and up behind it, forming this extra knob. So the plasma dust that squeezes in to form these into the tetrahedron to form a mountain is separated from the wind electrostatically. And I'll come back and talk about that more. But the function of electricity here is to charge the land so that when the dust blows in, it's positively charged and it will adhere to the ground electrostatically. And it flows in as a semi-fluid state. Now, whether it's elemental or it's sand and dust that it has carrying surface charge, it flows in a semi-fluid state like toothpaste, as a mud like toothpaste. And it has tons of water in it. It has water in it. The ground has water in it. You can find it. So it was a muddy fluid state that it was deposited in. And it flowed in already vertically segregated, just like the toothpaste is already formed into its stripes. The mud was already vertically segregated by pressure regime and dielectric property and was just blown into place in that form, as if it was injected molded by compression. And here's an example of what I'm talking about. This crack right here is a shock wave, was left by the shock wave. And the pressure on one side of the shock wave was different than the pressure on the other side of the shock wave. So it divided and created a pressure sink on the inside of the other side of the shock wave as the wind blew into this formation from left to right. So this whole band of red rock with this dark matter in the middle of it flowed in, and it hit this shock wave, and the high pressure shock wave forced it to step down like a waterfall and then flow in down here. And you can see the rock where the crust on the outside is broken away. You can see how the rock flowed down like a waterfall from this level up here, down here, and then in. And something's going wrong with my mouse, not working. And on the outside around here, you can see where this material has flowed in and makes this bend right into here.
Andy,
and for scale, you can see a person over here. So you can see it's quite a large formation.
Andy, where is this?
That one, I'm not sure where that was taken. I think that's in Utah somewhere, but I'm not sure exactly where.
Okay, thanks.
And I show this just to remind everybody that the atmosphere does layer vertically, and especially as in this case with the high electric field, it will tend to layer vertically, and the layers get tighter and tighter the higher the electric field goes. This is another feature in the inside the lambda structure. There we go. This again is that high pressure bubble that forms. And this is in red, we see the separation bubble where a mountain would form. And in between the separation bubble and this high pressure zone, there's a low pressure area that forms because of an expansion fan where I show the blue arrow. And that'll form a tornado that acts like a drill bit and will drill into the face of the tetrahedron that's forming in the separation bubble. For some reason, my mouse isn't working. I don't know why. Am I froze up? Does anyone hear me?
Yeah, no, we can hear you.
Mouse
My
is frozen.
my screen just froze up for some reason.
Get it.
It won't respond to me.
Oh, that's just wrong.
I don't know what to do. It's not my mouse just quit responding to me.
Is it battery operated?
Yeah. But the light's on, it's still working.
Yeah. Change the battery.
Well, that would happen right now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah. No, I'm not so nervous.
Yeah, there's a mouse that is magnifying glass.
I'm wondering how long it takes for this to happen. Like the winds forming.
That's what I'm wondering, yeah.
Yeah.
So he talked about that in other things.
Videos, yeah.
Extremely quickly.
Really?
Like you see storms blow through, right? And you know how long a storm lasts.
Yeah.
Think about that. It can literally be hours and it's done.
What?
What, mountains?
Well, I think in previous presentations, he's talked about like a higher order structure. It's like you have thunderstorms and then a higher order of that would be a hurricane. And then what he's suggesting is the next higher order over that would be this thing.
Right.
So I think just based on the size of such a thing, I would expect it to last a while.
Right.
And like a hurricane's gonna have a certain duration relative to a thunderstorm. This thing would probably be longer, but still, you're not talking like years.
You're not talking years,
Yeah.
right? So it's the same thing of like a flashlight, you know, I can shine a little I can light a match and it's certain bright, and I can take a bigger flashlight, it's even brighter, I can take a spotlight and it'll be blinded.
Yeah.
Same sort of thing.
Yeah, it's like the next order of
Of
structure.
magnitude
Yeah.
of the,
But see, one thing I'm gonna ask him about is, if these are going on, you know, these are supersonic winds, how the heck is anything surviving?
yeah.
It's not, it's.
It's not,
Yeah.
and so my question is, he said that this little tiny area, that little tiny wedge is almost zero pressure. I'm like, oh, I wonder if you could get survival in there.
Okay, so these winds happen before habitation?
No, there was habitation, there was people already here.
But they're just
And
having.
it was only the
In a
survivors.
cave somewhere.
Right, they were either underground or in caves. And only their survivors were the ones who got out, chiseled it in rock and passed down the stories. Yeah, it wasn't these people who got caught in it, they didn't last.
Yeah.
I mean, you wanna talk about mass extinction events? In fact, there's something, we could debate this. If you go to Dinosaur National Monument, the museum is on the wall of, I guess, a giant basin. And if you understand that the basin was excavated material and or supersonic winds, then the dinosaurs that were there might have been blasted and plastered against that wall. And they are. In fact, you and I went over there and took a look at it, and they're all plastered right against that north wall.
Right in
That's
the
the one
corridor.
that's south, right? North, dinosaur.
This is in Vernal.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the corridor.
Oh,
They
okay.
call it
It's
that,
in the
the
corridor.
yeah, they
Well,
call
I
it-
don't know if
What's
that's
south?
what happened,
That's
but
south.
it fits with, you know, other evidence that we have. What it,
How far south?
We don't remember.
Normally just south of the national park is just a bunch of farmland, and then you go a little further south over the next ridge, you got fantasy canyons, that's really, yeah. That's some really interesting stuff.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Probably one of Ben's favorite spots.
I guess it was much.
Oh, that's down in
So
Yeah.
Arizona.
these
Right, yeah.
caused by the thunderbolts that
Yeah.
expansion when the lightning bolts
Yeah.
hit the planet and.
So
as
what
the-
it, so it had to do with the alignment.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, wait, say that to me.
So that's why it has.
Right, that's why.
I only caught the tail end of that.
And that's right, let me just finish it, and that's why I don't quote Ben Davidson's idea either, because he believes that these kind of catastrophes happen over and over and over. I'm like, no, the thing that happened was Mars, Earth, Venus
Yes.
changed position, Venus came screaming by, we had huge thunderbolts, those thunderbolts went kabam, hit the planet. The air rush, as we know with lightning bolts, there is a vacuum that's created right at the bolt site, and then air rushes in to fill that vacuum, and that's what a thunderclap is. And I think that's what Andy's describing here, is the thunderbolt hit, and all these winds just shut out. And depending on how far away you were from that, would depend on what the impact, what the mountains look like, what the rain looks like. Could we have spring theories?
Hey, do you guys,
Yay! We're good. Yeah, we can hear you.
okay. Sorry, I had to change to another mouse.
Oh, that works.
Okay, as I was saying, this high pressure zone forms above the separation bubble. And as the air flows past here, a Venturi effect causes this expansion fan right at the boundary layer. And it forms this whirlwind that will eat away at the face of the tetrahedron. And so this is the result. This is in northern Arizona at Comb Ridge, right next to Monument Valley. This is the hole that's been drilled into the face of the separation bubble. And you can see that in the waveform that pinches in just above the bubble right here. And you can see that smaller harmonic tetrahedrons are forming down here at the base, down here, and also over here and down here. And then this is an image inside of the wind tunnel looking at the face of a separation bubble. And here's where the hole is forming right here. You can see how it pinches in the waveform right above the hole. And you can see the tetrahedrons forming harmonics right down here, just like this other, just like the rock in Comb Ridge. It's almost an exact duplicate of the waveform that's here.
Wow.
Whoop. Sorry, my mouse is.
Hold on, I'm
very-
sorry to stop you. Go back one picture. You can't see me. I'm
trying to.
Go back one slide.
I'm trying to.
Oh.
There. Whoops.
Oh, whoops. All right.
I don't know why it keeps bouncing around. Oh, there.
Okay, never mind. I'll leave my question till the end. It's okay. Keep going. Oh, no, there you go. And the black, you see where it says scale right at the bottom?
Yeah.
Is that black area, is that the separation bubble?
This whole thing is a separation bubble. It's an unstable separation bubble. So it's starting to break up into harmonics, and it's forming this hole because of the low pressure zone right there.
Wow.
And it's going unstable.
Okay, great. We're just having our minds blown here, that's all.
So this is the hole that I was showing you. You can see that it's undercut and that it's bowled in so that you can see the different concentric rings of the layers in it from that tornado that drilled it out. This is jumping more than one screen at a time, and I don't know why, but just a moment. Okay, here we go. The next, excuse me, there we go. I don't know why it's jumping too. Okay, The next part of the next feature I want to show is this back end of the separation bubble. Sometimes this fills up and nothing else, but sometimes it will fill this entire back end of the separation bubble too. And when that happens, there's also an expansion fan back here that forms a tornadic wind. And I described this in an article I wrote called Mount Origami. And whoops, this is Mount Origami. It's in the Bernese, Switzerland. And what I described is that there's a lens of material right here that was actually the tetrahedron. And you can see that this lens has been opened up, this stratigraphy, and you can see it ends here and it ends here. And in between, all this material was pushed in, and it was pushed in by one of this tornadic wind that sucked dust from above and fed it in here and swelled this thing up, causing the unusual shape. And you can see where the material dripped out while it was still semi-molten. And when I wrote the article, I didn't have this next image, which is the same mountain. You can see here is where the material squeezed out. And right here is where the hole is. I predicted it would be there, and I didn't have this image, but there it is right here. And this depression is where that high pressure bubble was pressing into the mountain, and then the hole was drilled by the expansion fan.
These are in the Swiss Alps, you said?
That mountain was in the Swiss Alps, yeah. And when you have multiple areas where the wind strikes objects as it's moving along the boundary layer, it creates multiple shock waves, and these will reflect and create harmonic waveforms. And so you'll see harmonics in the mountains. This is transverse harmonics or sequential harmonics. This is the windward side of the mountain here. So the wind was blowing from left to right, forming this Mach angle. And this is a case where you have both longitudinal and transverse harmonics forming. If you zoom in here real close, you can see that the harmonics are forming all over these tetrahedrons with little tiny tetrahedrons. You can see them kind of all over the place in here.
Imagine that, harmonics in nature, aside, not just with guitar strings.
And this is a complete symphony right here. A harmonic symphony of lambda structures formed. And this is in the Andes, I believe, in Argentina. Okay, went too far. Just to show that these tetrahedron shapes, the separation bubble shapes will form. These are iron meteors that fell into the atmosphere and were moving supersonic speeds. And then the iron started to melt and ablate, and it just pushed into the tetrahedral form of the separation bubble as it flowed through the air. And so you see tetrahedrons kind of forming all over it. This is another meteor. Here's the tetrahedrons forming on the side of it from the shock features, all up and down from supersonic flow. This mountain shows exactly the same thing. Now the whole mountain is a tetrahedron. This is the windward side, so the wind came from left to right. I mean from right to left in this case. But you'll also see that up its side, it has, just like the iron meteors, it has tetrahedrons plastered across its side. And these are from winds that recirculated from the back and came zooming back up the side of this mountain after the mountain was formed. And it plastered these tetrahedral forms on here from the shock waves. And I'm not sure from looking at the picture whether these tetrahedrons were extra dust plastered on by the wind and molded on here, or if this was actually the mountain itself was still soft and molten, and the wind just pushed these tetrahedrons up into place like they did on the meteors. And the reason I say that is you can see how the rock, it looks like it's flowed down here as if these were just pushed up. Anyway, it's an interesting question. I'd like to go see this mountain a little bit closer.
Where's it at?
Okay.
Where was that mountain?
That one I do not know where that one is. I'm sorry. I didn't. I got it off.
We'll Google
I got it off the internet somewhere. The picture. Okay, so what I was describing is this backdraft wind that came back up behind and circulated up the lambda structure to form those little tetrahedrons. And another thing that this backdraft wind will do is it forms an interference zone right here, and it can also form a tetrahedral separation bubble on the back side of the mountain right here. So this is the Matterhorn, and for one thing I want to show is that the face of it is concave and almost overhanging. This is the north face of the Matterhorn. This is the windward face. So the wind was blowing from left to right, and this had one of those high pressure zones formed with the egg, and that's why it's concave, because the dust just blew in below the egg and then came right up here and filled up from behind it into the lambda structure. But the reason I wanted to show you this, the Matterhorn, is actually the backdraft winds that circulated behind and came back up behind here. And you can see how it carved away a bowl right here on the backside of the lambda structure, and then blew out up the top, and it carved away part of the mountain here and here, forming this channel as it blew in and back up. And then it left this nice even ridge line behind the lambda structure because the wind had to divide around the lambda structure. And so it left a dead zone of air where it split and forming this ridge line. And this is very common configuration on lambda structure mountains that you'll see in the Alps, the Himalayas, in the Andes, where it forms this tail on the back end, and you can see where it recirculated, forming these kind of hollows and pockets. This is a mountain in southern Arizona, the Catalinas. This is the same mountain I showed the stratigraphy of in the beginning. This is showing the windward side, the tetrahedrons being formed. And this is the back side of those tetrahedrons. You can see they're almost vertical cliffs. And they're just lined up here. If we look at the same mountains on Google Earth from above, what we were looking at is this ridge line right here, this small piece I'm circling at the bottom. That was the ridge line that we were looking at where the cliffs were. The wind in this case deposited the mountain coming from right to left, and then it formed this backdraft behind the mountain. The whole mountain here is not the lambda structure, but it was formed within the separation bubble. And then the wind recirculated around and deposited these mountains. They're called the Tortolitos, and these are wind-formed mountains by the backdraft as the wind sucked back up behind here. And you can see how it just scooped out the backside of the mountain, just like ice cream scoops. Another feature that next I'm going to show you is called the mock stem. And this is formed at the backside of the separation bubble. If you imagine the separation bubble being right here, a little tetrahedron, this is on the back side of it. And it's formed by reflected shock waves. So this image is in the Catalina Mountains again. And this is the backside of a tetrahedron. And you can see the mock stem formation forms these cracks, V-shaped right here with the stem. And you can see echoes of it along here. And in this next image, also, these are the cliffs that I showed you before on the backside of the Catalinas. And you can see that right here, you can see that formation of the mock stem behind the tetrahedron, the Y shape. You can see features here and over here that are echoes of a mock stem on the backside of all these tetrahedrons. Okay, the next feature is called an expansion fan. And what's going on here is the airflow is going from right to left with the arrow, and it's going over a table edge. You can see right here. And so as the airflow goes over the table edge, the boundary layer forms this expansion fan as the wind expands over the edge of the table. And in each of these is a reflected shock wave that it forms this fan. And right here, if you see this, is the tornado that I'm talking about that will eat into the face of a tetrahedron. In this case, it's forming in this low pressure zone of the expansion fan where it separates right here. Excuse me.
2 minutes.
And so this mountain, this is in, I believe in Iran or Pakistan. This forms an expansion fan because it was formed by a downdrafting wind. So the wind was blasting the earth like a blowtorch, and it was rotating and you can see that the wind blasted the earth and blew out, forming tetrahedrons all the way around this crater rim. And then outside the crater rim, it had formed this expansion fan as the wind blew out this way and formed. You can see the tetrahedrons all along here and along here that it formed. And then right here in this part of the expansion fan, you see that the mountains are running this opposite direction, the ridges. This is where that suction would have formed right in here to pull winds back in that form these lateral mountains. Okay, the next feature I call saw blades. And this is when the separation bubble down here fills up. And then the dust starts to fill the whole lambda structure. And when that happens, it goes through a phase where it fills these little, what I call saw blades, or these little diagonal shockwave harmonics. And here's an image of the Schlieren photography without my annotation, so you can see where these little saw teeth are. And what happens is this, it forms these saw blade structures in the ground. So this is another example of the saw blades, and this is where the lambda structure began to fill in. So it filled these saw blades up, and then it started to fill in layers and layers of the lambda structure. Here's another example. There's a person down here for scale. Another example. And another example. And in this one, the full lambda structure actually filled in. So you have just a cliff face with the shockwave forms in it. And on this one, you can see that the shockwave actually left a fissure in the rock, which is quite typical of the shockwaves. But this is the saw blades. So if you look at all the different types of faults that consensus science shows as caused by seismic action and tectonics, actually all of these can be explained by shockwaves, except for this one in the top right, which could actually be attributed to earthquake seismic action. But all of these other faults are shockwave caused faults. Wow. The next feature is a petrified tornado. Oh, there it goes. Petrified tornadoes occur when the wind, when the separation bubble fills, but there are interference patterns formed by the wind recirculating in and forming these little horizontal tornadoes. And they will carry the dust out in both sides. It would go into and out of the page in this case. And what happens then is that wherever the dust in the tornado makes contact with the ground, it gets it adheres electrostatically. So you get a formation like this. So this gray ground was already there in the separation bubble. The tornado formed, and when it touched, wherever it touched the ground, it adhered electrostatically to it. So you're left with half the tornado. And the other half was still suspended in plasma and blew away with the wind. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Here's another example where essentially you got only a third of the tornado left. But this was a rolling tornadic wind, and wherever this dust made contact with the ground, it was electrostatically frozen in place.
Is that on line 40?
Here's another example, and you can even see kind of how the wind was coming in from this side and curled around this way when this thing got frozen. And after it solidified, you can see thermal cracking took place and crystallization, and it kind of broke up the rock. But it would have been deposited as a fluid mud.
And these are ionic winds, right? I mean, they're electrostatically charged and separating elements inside the winds, right?
Yes, and they separate by dielectric property.
Right.
So you have different compounds of minerals in the winds that are, the making up each layer of the wind, and each one will have a different dielectric property to it. And that'll separate it. Capacitance in the atmosphere between the earth and sky is what's segregating and causing the layers, just like the plasma layers that form around the in the Sapphire project.
Right.
Okay, so this is another feature called the lambda foot, and this is where the actual incident shock wave hits the boundary layer and reflects. So this is the reflected shock wave coming off this way on the right side. The wind in this case would be coming left to right. Whoops. Boy, my computer is doing everything today. Okay. So it forms this lambda foot, and inside the lambda foot, the pressure regimes get compressed. So they show this different stratification on the inside of the Y formed by the reflected and the incident wave. And here's here's an example of a road cut in Pakistan where this has occurred. And this is the incident shock wave that formed this side. This side over here, arcing away slightly, is the reflected shock wave. And the lambda foot is this bottom part right here. And you can see how the stratigraphy has just been compressed down inside the shock, inside the foot of the shock wave. So the flow of material actually just goes along here, and then it waterfalls down, and then it flows across here because it meets high pressure right here, and it has to seek its own level. So it goes down to where it's supposed to be pressure-wise, and then it rises right back up on the other side.
Andy, you got about 2 minutes.
So this other foot right here, it's a little bit rugged one, but this is the reflected shock wave heading off to the right side, and the incident shock wave here, and the segregation of pressure regimes. And here's another example. Excuse me, the incident shock is here, the reflected shock is going off this way, and the displacement of pressure regimes in the center. And then this had some really interesting turbulence going on over above the lambda foot. But then you can see above that, there was laminar flow was restored and layered these parts in.
That's crazy.
Isn't it? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it really is.
That's
Like
why
5
geologists
minutes.
don't listen to me, because they think I'm crazy. So anyway, a little bit about the plasma winds that form the mountains. I'll talk about the beginning and the end, the driving force behind it, the winds. Actually, I'm not going to talk about arc blast and erosion. I took those out for time, but I will talk about meteors, battleships, and Jupiter shortly. So in the beginning of these winds, this mountain is the Catalinas, and this is a tetrahedron that has been buried by these tetrahedrons. And what I want to point to is the amplitude increase from this one to these. So there was nothing, then there were supersonic winds that formed this, and then there was a maelstrom of supersonic winds that came and formed these. These are over 1,000-foot tall cliffs right here. Another shot of the tetrahedral, the backside of the tetrahedrons and the Catalinas.
Andy?
And that one is just off page, but it's that the little one's sitting right down here for scale.
Andy?
Yeah.
We have run out of time.
Oh, no kidding. Okay, sorry about that.
I'm sorry. I gave you another 5 minutes for the mouse problem, but we are the guys who own this place told me that they've got a play coming up and they need us out. So
oh goodness, okay.
Cut this short. I know.
Let's do it again sometime.
Oh, we will.
Oh, fine. We'll see your stuff.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's right there, and when we have you back in September, just pick it up from like right here and finish it off.
I do have one question I want to pose to him.
Yes, please.
Andy, this question has been burning on my mind for a long time. Edo here. I love your work, and quick translation, you're showing, you know, all these supersonic winds basically frozen in the rocks. Is that a proper translation quickly?
Yes.
Okay. My question to you, sir, is this. When did this occur, and did it occur once or in your mind many times? On top of that, I have this little hypothesis that I work on, and that is that the Earth is a planet, a rocky planet, and the hypothesis would be, not saying true or false, would be that it's like the leftover remnant, the ashes, if you will, of a star that, you know, has had its life as a star and became a planet. In my mind, but correct me if I'm wrong, what we're seeing is in the rock, what you're pointing out is like, you know, the last contractions and violent situations when the Earth was cooling down, whatever it was before. Can you please talk to that? So when did it happen? Are they the catastrophes or the remnants of a cooling off Earth? What is it? When did this happen?
Well, as to when, I don't know. I mean, I don't think the chronology that we've been given by the consensus is valid. And I think that their methods of dating using, you know, isotopic ratios is based on the radiation always being the same, basically, on Earth throughout time. And I don't think that's the case. I think we have instances of synchrotron radiation from things going on in the solar system, and that would
very much concur,
change the ratios. And so I don't know time-wise how to categorize it. It was a long time ago. Let's put it that way. I think it was before mankind. Or if mankind was around, they had to restart over again after this happened. I think it happened more than once. Yes, I'm sure it happened. There were more than one event. There was one extremely major event that I think formed the continents, and then I think there were subsequent events that were less impactful, but they still reshaped the land, and we can see the different layers of stratigraphy where different life forms, you know, are. There's the dinosaurs, and before that, layers show nothing but sea life. And so we see the evolution in the layers. And so that had to have happened over, many millennia and separate occasions, I believe, so separate catastrophes. So
Right.
I think in general that the mainstream idea of 5 or 6 catastrophic periods happening, I think that's true, probably true.
Mm-hmm.
How long ago they were, I think is something yet to be determined.
Okay, I love your answer, and I would very much concur with everything you said there. Thank you.
Anybody else? Question?
Is
for Andy?
there a clear way to distinguish between classical deposition layering and this form of layering?
I would propose that everything, all the sedimentary layers are deposited by winds or tsunamis, water and wind deposited during this event or subsequent events. I don't think any of it much is. I mean, I think erosion occurs obviously, but I think it's pretty superficial effect on the land.
All right.
I have a question. I'll just wait for that thing.
Yeah.
And you said at the Sapphire Project, I remember the team talking about how they found manganese in the atmosphere when it wasn't there to begin with. So my question was, in your theory, during the supersonic winds, if they were ionized, basically in charge, the manganese could have formed in the atmosphere and basically oxidized or formed a manganese oxide. Yeah, that's how you should say it. And it just basically electrically plated on the surface of rocks, which is what we call rock varnish now. Is that plausible?
I think you're right. I think that's what happened. I think the varnish is an electroplating.
Awesome. Right. I always thought that. I just wanted to get a little bit of confirmation there.
Michael Steinbacher talks about welded tufts, which
Yeah.
is that same sort of idea.
Yeah, tuft formations are windblown ash from, it may be originated from a volcano, I don't know, but it was they're windblown. They appear all over the place where there's no volcano. In fact, these mountains right here, the Catalinas that I'm showing, they have a small area that's capped by tuff that the mainstream scientists claim is caused by a volcano, but there's no volcanic, vent anywhere.
Right. Andy, again, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Sorry, I couldn't get through it all, but next time I will.
I don't think anybody got through all the stuff that they had, to be honest.
I got to trim off a lot.
All right. We're going to do a 3-minute break, and then Robert Hawthorne's going to be presenting here live. So here we go. 3 minutes. Yep.
Yeah, I kind of need that 3 minutes to just get my brain to.
Finish that off,
Yeah.
store it away, ready for more.
Yeah.
Just lock the door so they can't kick us out.
Right. They can change the venue for not being kicked out.
Right.
I'm going to pull this up here.
Okay.
Was it gonna be on this
actually- oh no, you can. Let's see. That one's still doing live. Let's see. Well, how are we gonna do this? Oh crap!
This doesn't work well with my readers at all.
Right. You know what? You can probably. I think I'm just gonna give you this one. I'll just stop doing that live on TikTok.
Okay.
And
Sorry, my people don't have TikTok anyway.
yeah, it's okay. Let's go to. Let's see. You sent it to me as an email.
Yeah, it should be on the drive too.
Right. Okay, here, I'll just let you. So that's an email you can just, let's see, so if it's. Right, let's look at it that way. And then if that doesn't work, then I will swap one of these, and we'll just pull it right up on the computer.
Yeah, I'm only getting the previous ones that I sent for you for the t-shirts.
It's on the Google Drive and we're just trying to access it. I was thinking we could use that one, but that's the one I'm using to broadcast.
Yeah, it's not showing up.
Okay, so we can do that on here, right? Then Katie.
Should be February.
All right, come and help me. Come walk. I cannot minimize. Okay. If I can't minimize, then what do I do? Oh, I can do that. Bob, here. I think we can do it here. A little easier. Okay, here. Just go ahead and access it right there. And one.
Oh,
Access to your own information.
right. That's not gonna be fun.
You have to change the, you have to sign in.
Okay. See here.
So you're signed in
Yeah,
to that
that-
food,
that's fine.
you just change it to your email.
You're signed in as that, so
So you guys could blind.
let's see here.
No, it's Seattle, so like you say.
It's creating an
We'll do science presentations.
Should I just sign in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, great. That'll probably be the easiest.
Let's see here, sign in accounts. Is that gonna mess up the connection?
It shouldn't. Oh, not sign out, just add another account.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
This happens.
Great. That's very, very small amount.
If you want to more complex conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Yeah, but if you're 60 years older.
Oh, get a verification code. It'll just send you a verification code to your phone. and
Okay.
you just type it in.
All right.
So it's lower level plasma.
So I
but
feel like.
because it's allowing.
My kids when I was
The necessity.
well before you thought they had been possible. Sure. Like, and so like I was
Through many things, through
and a
demonstration.
lot of the friends would go, folks that I was like, I don't know, I would agree with this, if they was great details. Like, they would like, like, they didn't read in school. Yeah, so I can help now for my daughter now, maybe.
And it actually
pages. But I was like, you don't necessarily need to read that, something that's
It is
that
done.
violent. Or that would make her okay. But it's amazing but they have access to information that explicitly tells them all the stuff anyways. So there's going to be a lot of more.
Yeah, so it's
Well, I
it's-
think that
it's a gas with the charge, right?
Part of my agenda
What does that mean?
as a science teacher is to get them out of
Charge somewhere.
Yeah.
That's kind of.
because like one of
Our
the
atmosphere is
questions
very
recently was, is the dream house effect good or bad?
But it is.
It's happening.
Cars.
How
think we would want to bring it flag, right?
What?
It would be too cold.
Wait.
Yeah, might be, yeah, okay, so.
It just needs my fingerprint. Oh.
All the policy, with climate change and global warming. I do not, since you are.
Come on.
Yeah. There's always little tiny bits of.
Or if it's just on your thumb drive, then just plug your thumb drive. That might be
That's what I was just about to do that.
Yeah. All right.
My phone back.
Go to not now.
Yeah, and guess what? You did that.
Okay. Yeah, there's your emails and.
Any chance I just go to the drive because I'm
Yeah,
a lot
it's right
easier.
here. Yep.
Drive.
Yep.
Actually, it's their slides.
What's that?
The slides. Does that show?
Oh, no, just go to drive. Oh, or yes, I guess slides, just scroll down. Double.
Right, there we go. It should be right there.
There it is.
Should I go to present? Present mode. Presenter view.
Oh, no. It's so, what the last class is. Okay, that I did teach you after.
Second.
No, you have to watch her.
That's not only this. It's not just.
Okay, this is on.
Do you want me to just get the next slide, or you want to just stand right there next to the table?
I'm just, yeah, I could do this. Just.
I just want to make sure it gets you on the overall.
How's that not showing up?
So you just.
Yeah.
Maybe I should just go back to where I was going. Because it'll play in the, hold on. Let's see here.
Well.
I'm not used to seeing it like this. That's just throwing me off.
Oh, right.
I'm used to seeing all the slides. So,
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I guess it's, oh, this is probably presentation mode.
yeah, so I'm just gonna go back to where it was. So I'll just go down and scroll it.
Or
Yeah.
just go next.
Okay, but it's not showing up in the screen.
Katie.
Yeah. Yes.
So this is Google's. Sorry, this is
Go ahead.
Google Slides. Can you? We're expecting it to show.
I'm just gonna
up in-
go.
Oh,
Okay, does that go better? There we go.
these are trying to find the way.
All right. Hopefully this will work from here.
We're good?
I hope so.
Okay.
Yeah, so then do you have your screen already shared on Zoom?
Don't know. So
No, the screen is not shared. on
yeah,
the
so
end.
Yeah, it's like,
Can
that's
we-
great, we can see it.
yeah, right.
Here.
Okay, you got this right here.
Nope.
So what's the actual time Ken's kicking us out?
Oh, he's not.
Oh.
He's not.
We're just keeping it moving.
And
He's just on
share.
the-
And that and share. And here we go. Let's. Katie, how do I get this moved out of the way? It's kind of weird. Like that? Okay. And please tell me it's still recording.
It should.
It should be. I haven't stopped
Got a
it.
symbol up there.
Okay. Oh, good.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's the sharing, not the recording.
Oh.
But I never stopped it
the red
recording.
dot.
But I've got other cameras.
No, it's the I'm still showing it's recording.
The red dot.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Pick where you want to stand and then I will position the camera.
Oh yeah, I don't want to trip over something.
Best. Looks like we're gonna be tripping a lot. You're gonna have to be dancing.
Okay, so this is gonna be fun because my readers don't work well with this distance, but I tried to memorize most of my presentation. Have the gist of it. Hold on, wait, we're gonna get this column out of here.
Okay, that's live. Okay.
How do we get this column out of here? Right there. There we go. All right.
And you're on. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Hawthorne.
All right. Thank you for having me. My lecture today is titled Induced Telluric Currents from Miyake Events and Their Effects on the World. First, I'd like to dedicate this presentation in loving memory to my father, Robert Frank Hawthorne Sr., and our friend James Wesley Hill, because without them, I would never been able to go down the rabbit hole and get the information provided to you today. First, a little introduction on myself and my personal background. Again, my name is Robert Hawthorne Jr. I served in the United States Navy between 2003 and 2007 on board the USS John C. Stennis as an aviation bosun's mate, second-class petty officer, and I specialized in crash and salvage, which is the fire and rescue team on the flight decks of the aircraft carriers. After I got out of the Navy, I used my GI Bill to earn an associate's in applied science and electronics engineering from Salt Lake Community College in the year 2020. Also in that same year, I wrote a paper titled Electric Discharge, Not an Impact, Caused the Formation of Upheaval Dome, Canyonlands National Park, Utah, which was peer-reviewed and published in the Journal for Systemics, Cybernetics, and Informatics. So let's just get right into this information. Kinetic impacts are currently the only accepted explanation for the formation of craters on the Earth by mainstream scientists. They believe that only the high pressures and temperatures generated by hypervelocity impacts can cause shocked lamellae and quartz crystals. However, recent studies have discovered that lightning can also deliver these pressures and temperatures to shock quartz, as well as form the glassy spherules found in some glassy meteorites. Also, lightning in the form of telluric currents or electric currents which travel through the layers of the Earth can be induced to form positive step leaders rising up from the ground, forming craters. Furthermore, recent studies on super-flares from the sun, or what are called Miyake events, can induce such telluric currents to destructive power levels and could possibly be responsible for some of Earth's craters. This presentation will propose the theory and provide supporting evidence a Miyake event has induced telluric currents in a transformer action by stepping up the existing power levels to form upheaval dome here in Utah, as well as suggest a triple Miyake event was witnessed by the ancients influencing world culture. So we're going to get into what's called the obsession stone, which is the rock that my father found, telluric currents, if you're not familiar with them, and then we'll get into upheaval dome as well. Story starts back in 1996 when my father, Robert F. Hawthorne Sr., took a couple of samples of rock that he named the Obsession Stone, which both he and his friend Wes Hill thought was a meteorite or a tektite, to the University of Pittsburgh. Professor William Cassidy examined them for analysis, and I'm not sure if you can read all that, but I did get some important information out of it. Quote, "Our graduate student, Henry Provitz, has been examining a specimen you submitted as a possible impactite from the upheaval dome structure in Utah. His preliminary observations are that it consists principally of irregular shaped, colorless grains of isotropic material, accompanied by rare rounded isotropic grains. Both the irregular and rounded isotropic grains are probably glass." And there's just a picture that I took when I was at BYU. I was able to put a sample of it underneath the microscope and just got all these beads, and I'd never seen that before. So I thought that was pretty profound, and apparently it was. It paid off in this report. Also, it says in that paper, quote, "In our experience, this specimen is different from other impact glasses, such as those associated with the Ayoul, hope I said that right, crater in Mauritania, the Henbury craters in Australia, the Webar craters in Arabia, and the Monterrey crater in Chile. All of these occur as large fragments with a general slaggy appearance and contain embedded spheres of nickel iron alloy." End quote. They weren't able to identify the specimen from University of Pittsburgh, and Dr. Cassidy had even taken it to the Smithsonian, still was unable to identify the material. So he had suggested we send it to the Johnson Space Center, where Mike Zelinsky sent back this letter. And he actually identifies the mineral as the obsession stone as the mineral analcime, which, as you can see, is a hydrated sodium aluminum silicate. And he also suggests that it came as a volcanic glass. From the paper, quote, "I enclose all of your samples, I think, that you sent to me, along with the results of an X-ray diffraction study of the two samples, which came out with identical results. The samples are a combination of analcime and calcite. The gross petrography does resemble vitrified glass, but this could have been a volcanic glass. Now, I actually brought this sample here with you today, so that's the actual sample we took the X-ray diffraction test from. You guys are welcome to check it out during Q&A. Also states later, sorry. Yeah, no, just skip over that. So both of the attempts now to ascertain if the obsession stone was a tektite were unsuccessful. I at least knew what the mineral was now. I still was left with no mechanism as to how the unique form of analcium came to be, since I wasn't aware of any volcanism in that area in the past. Although I still believe that since it was so close to upheaval dome and with the area, I still strongly believe that it was somehow tied to the structure itself. So then I asked myself, what mechanism could form rocks made of glassy spheres? And also, can that same mechanism create craters as well as deliver the temperatures and pressures required to shock quartz? And then I couldn't really answer those questions for several years until I got involved in the electric universe community. But when I did, I came across these next couple papers that I'm going to list, starting with this one written in 2015 by Kimberly Gennaro and her team, where it explains how volcanic lightning strikes are responsible for forming glassy spherules in the ash deposits. From that paper, quote, this study reviews the known glass spherular forming process and proposes for the first time a mechanism induced through the heat generated by volcanic lightning in eruptive columns and plumes during explosive eruptions, end quote. Later goes on to, oh wait, there was another one. I thought there was another one there, I'm sorry. And then, like I said, there was another paper also written in the same year, 2015, titled Lightning-Induced Shock Lamellae in Quartz by Edo Kaal et al., where it discussed how lightning can also produce the shock patterns found in quartz, which were previously only thought to derive from the temperatures and pressures that an impact event would produce. From that paper, quote, using transmission electron microscopy, we show that planar deformation lamellae occur within quartz in the substrate of a rock fulgurite, i.e., a lightning-derived glass. These lamellae exist only in the narrow zone adjacent to the quartz fulgurite boundary and are comparable to planar deformation features caused by hypervelocity impacts of extraterrestrial objects, end quote. So now that I understood that lightning can in fact be a mechanism for creating glassy spheres in rocky bodies and is able to shock quartz, I then wondered if lightning could actually create such a large crater as Upheaval Dome. And if some of you haven't been there, it's actually about 5 kilometers wide at the outer rim.
It's amazing.
Also, I wanted to know what kind of power levels could be generated to cause this kind of an event.
That was a good field trip.
Yes, it was. So then that's when I just learned about telluric currents. And if you don't know what those are, this is just a simple definition from Wikipedia. Quote, a telluric current is an electric current that flows underground or through the sea, resulting from natural and human-induced causes, end quote. And we're going to get into the natural induced causes here shortly. Here's an example. An example of a naturally induced telluric current can be seen in this image from the Discovery Channel's Raging Planet series. Quote, lightning has an extraordinary effect on objects on the ground. They respond to the strong electric field by growing positive streamers that reach up anywhere between 3 and a few hundred feet above the ground, end quote. And as you can see, here's the main strike right here. Some of the positive leaders are actually being pulled up out of the ground, reaching forward, trying to make a connection. And on okay, I'll just let you guys view that. On the YouTube channel Barely Science, Jacob Gable connects positive and negative electrodes at the top and bottom of a wine bottle, respectively. Gable filled the bottle with dirt from his backyard and brought the chamber to low pressure with a vacuum pump. When it's electrically charged, the plasma, in this case a telluric current, was seen forming the crater from underneath the surface. If you haven't seen, I'll play that again.
Yeah.
That was really, I want to do that. Yeah.
Right.
In another experiment, Gable effectively demonstrates a cross-section of the telluric currents traveling through the earth, or in this case the dirt, up to the surface as suggested. An intense current could explain the igneous center of Upheaval Dome, and for some of you who haven't been there, if you could look at it, it's about 400 feet of sandstone with some other layers beneath it, but right at the cone of the spire in the center of the dome, it looks like it's really burnt, tortured rock, and it's just complete, you can tell it's igneous. But what would have caused that?
Yeah,
Would you guys like to see it?
Later.
Oh yeah, besides that, would you guys like to see it again? Okay.
That is also a Lichtenberg pattern.
Yep.
Perfect. It is. Where the tree was.
So the camera needs to be on his visuals.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, shoot.
yeah.
Oh, what camera?
Well, ask him what, where he's watching.
I will turn that one good there. That one has a live dashboard. Okay.
I don't know which one he's.
You can just put them off of me. I don't care.
Face the forward
Yeah.
cameras.
Yeah.
This is all you said.
Okay.
Yeah, just put them on.
Just go ahead.
Okay.
I can do it like this.
All right. Okay. In this video from the YouTube channel Electric Universe Eyes, David Brown narrates from the paper Polygonal Crater Formation by Electric Discharges by Wayne Byrne in 2015. Here, Byrne provides a quote, conceptual model of the inside of an electric current. He uses the word Birkeland current. And how these currents can form geometric shaped craters. So let's take a look here.
2.2.2 Internal Structure. From established work on Birkeland currents, we know that they exhibit both long-range attraction via their axial component and short-range repulsion due to their radial component. Their short-range repulsion will cause the current filaments to space themselves out, but still be restrained by their limited spatial geometries into an arrangement of concentric polygonal layers. By separating into concentric layers, the current filaments gain a degree of freedom in that they can rotate as a unit. This enables the filaments shown in white to repel each other in the only way possible, i.e. by spinning in opposite directions. This automatically creates the counter-rotational effect predicted by Scott in 2015.
That's brilliant.
To put this all into an easy to visualize three-dimensional form, we can use the schematic representation of the lightning bolt model shown in Figure 8. Each layer has been extended to emphasize its freedom of movement within the bolt due to repulsion between layers. The repulsion gaps are shown in yellow, and the white arrows indicate direction of rotation.
Pretty cool stuff, huh?
Oh, yeah, I knew that, but I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, absolutely. That was Jacob?
That was David Brown from Electric Universe
Oh, okay.
Eyes. Okay.
There it is.
So the central image is a cross-section of an electric current by Byrne, illustrating the hexagonal shape of how one layer of the current is out of phase with its surrounding layers. This same feature is visible in the outer and inner rims of Upheaval Dome, suggesting that this geological site could very well have been formed on electrical discharge. So I just basically outlined the hexagonal shape of it's rudimentary, but it's the hexagonal shape of Upheaval Dome. You can compare it to the original site and match it to the cross-section by Byrne. Now compare these images. The image on the right is the end result of another one of Gable's experiments. Notice how the surrounding terrain of the electric discharge areas is similar to the surrounding area terrain of Upheaval Dome, where you can notice these scarped edges over here, basically surrounding the material of the crater. That doesn't mean you don't have to actually see all the dust resettle and how it would actually shockwave through the ground and torment it. But you can also see some of these pock marks, which you can see on some of the stonework here, but you also get the scarped edges as well. Showing us basically, they're both almost identical.
Well, the similarity is undeniable.
Right, that's why I wanted to point that out. So what kind of an energetic event could cause telluric currents to be so violently induced? That was my next question. And that's where we're going to get into superflares and Miyake events. In this article from Sci News by Natalie Anderson, astronomer Zhu Lin-Tu at Nanjing University states, quote, superflares are much stronger explosions than typical solar flares, with total energies varying from 10 to the 33rd to 10 to the 38th erg, and durations longer than an hour. So much more explosive and threatening than the Carrington event, but also just going to give you a little bit of an understanding here if you're not familiar with units of energy. An erg is a unit of energy which can be converted to joules at the rate of 1 erg equals 100 nanojoules or 10 to the -7. And I gave him just a little note here. The average lightning bolt can deliver about 1 billion to 10 billion joules, which is 10 to the 9th or 10 to the 10th. So that can just basically do some rough math in your head and see on what kind of power levels we're dealing with here. But can this energy actually be converted into lightning? Otherwise, there's no point in going on any further. This paper that just came out earlier this month by phys.org published an article by Los Alamos National Laboratory where they suggested, quote, cosmic ray showers seem to play a pivotal role in triggering lightning flashes, end quote. Also from that paper, quote, these cosmic rays produce secondary high-energy electrons and positrons in the atmosphere that further ionize the air and create pathways in thunderclouds, allowing lightning to follow and travel faster, end quote.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Here's another article by Ben Turner, 2022, where he writes about how radiation storms caused by cosmic rays or strong solar flares, which have been affecting the Earth for about thousands of years. He also writes that scientists have been using dendrochronology to track carbon-14 spikes in tree rings. From that article, quote, named Miyake events after the lead author of the first study to describe them, the spikes occur roughly once every 1,000 years or so and are recorded as sudden increases in the radiocarbon levels of ancient tree rings, end quote. States later on, quote, but instead they discovered that Miyake events did not line up with peak solar activity, and some events, unlike brief flashes where we recognize as solar flares, lasted for 1 or 2 years. And here's a chart by Zhang et al. From the Proceedings of the Royal Society, where the paper is titled Modeling Cosmic Radiation. I can't remember what the title was. Basically, levels in the tree ring radiocarbon record. Okay.
Drag here. We can also do this.
Oh, well. Yeah, we'll get that. But anyways, it shows the chart here is you have a few of the recognized Miyake events that are already known about. And it shows that the y-axis would be the density of the carbon-14 that we absorbed. And this is over the x-axis, which is where years of steady state production, how long it actually we were taking on that energy. And I had a little quote up here in the top from the Turner article, quote, but the Carrington event was 80 times less powerful than the AD 774 Miyake event. And I tried to color code that with the one that's the right over here, it's just right of center. So this one right here is actually 80 times stronger than the Carrington event.
The Carrington event knocked out power. It allowed telegraphs to operate without batteries.
Yep, the wires caught on fire.
Fire.
If this were to happen to us right now, we'd be back in the Stone Age and
would.
massive cataclysm, death everywhere.
Bye-bye.
Level the entire Siberian forest or a big chunk of Siberian
forest,
right?
I'm not sure if that's the same one, but it's okay.
In this video, Ben Davidson from the YouTube channel Space Weather News uses data from NASA of a magnetar burst cracking its own surface. He suggests a scalable version of this event could have happened on Earth, and it is my contention the upheaval dome is the area where the current exited the ground, which is the upstrike in one of these many known Miyake events. And what I'm talking about here is, as per the diagram of Byrne, you can see what he's going to show is the energy is going to come up out of these currents out of the ground. And this is the main energy is going to come up this filament, but the outside energy is the outer surrounding area, which is basically the forensic cross-section of what I call upheaval dome.
Who else had that? Did Edo have it? The little tubes on the Earth? In his
I think it was Stefan had that. So basically, that's as like I was saying, I'm going last. I'm tying everybody's papers together inadvertently. I didn't try to do this, but
this is one of NASA's best visuals. The over-energization in a magnetar burst and the surge through the lowest L-shell magnetic fields, causing a downstrike that actually cracks the surface of the star.
So you can see
this has also been recreated in the lab, and there is a way this happens to the Earth. Yes, it's as terrifying as it seems. Let's go back to 1859, the Carrington event superflare, an approximately X80 solar flare that struck the Earth. It was so powerful that it almost surged the Earth's lowest L-shell fields. It stopped just short. But if it was any bigger, it might have done it. We were likely very close in 1859 to having another cosmic thunderbolt.
Pretty scary stuff. Let's see here.
This is one of NASA's best visuals.
There we go. So now, basically, is there any events of these types of solar events happening in historical records? And if so, how was culture influenced? That's basically where I'm going to be trying to answer this, the question of why does this matter to us? And then we're going to get into basically the historical accounts and artwork that covering the three-legged crow out of Asia, the Potnia Theron in Mesopotamia, the head of Sinbad, which is a panel of petroglyphs and pictographs here in central Utah. And I'm going to introduce twin comets as confronted animals. If Miyake events are supposed to only happen once every 1,000 years or so, as the experts suggest, as per Turner, these three events occurring within the span of approximately 250 years caused me to ask if there was any historical accounts covering the significance of these events. Now, the center and the right papers are actually listed in the previous chart that I showed you with the peaks. And this one on the left is actually mentioned in this paper. So they were so close together, I figured, and was so close to the dawn of civilization that I thought that this actually would be a good place to start. I then put my focus toward that period of time and began looking for supporting evidence of these events influencing world culture. In high school, I learned that Sumer was the first civilization dating around 5000 BC. Is it possible the beginning of civilization and world culture as we know it was influenced by these solar events? I later heard of a legend mentioned by Neil Thompson in an episode of The Electric View called The Three-Legged Crow, and how it was basically the Asian creation myth for the same time period. And for those of you, again, that aren't familiar with it, this is just a simple overview from Wikipedia. Quote, the three-legged crow is a mythological creature in various mythologies and arts of East Asia. It is believed to inhabit and represent the sun. Evidence of the earliest sun bird motif or totemic articles excavated around 5000 BCE at China. I came across another article, and it was from iNews, titled The Three-Legged Golden Crow in the Hexi Corridor. The Hexi Corridor is actually a shrine at the westernmost part of the Yellow River. And it's dedicated to the Queen Mother of the West, where they actually have a tribute to the three-legged crow as well. And the article states, quote, it is the sacred bird of ancient Chinese mythology. According to legend, the ancients saw sunspots and thought it was a crow. Now, normally, if you ever do get the chance to actually see a sunspot with the naked eye, it usually looks just like a grain of pepper on the disk of the sun. So for them to see something that large, they actually pretend like it's a Rorschach test to actually see a bird in it, that had to be a pretty massive sunspot. The image on the left is a stone totem outside of an emperor's tomb in Korea showing the three-legged crow. The intention here is to point out the Korean three-legged crow virgin, Samjogo, has a full halo around it. And the ink is a little bit faded on the left side. This suggests an Earth-directed kill shot flare event was witnessed by the ancients, and you can compare it to the NASA image on the right. So normally when you see a solar flare and the halo is actually expanding out at an equal distance portion to the center of where the flare was, you're basically staring right down the barrel of it, or it's on the opposite side of the sun. It appears, at least to this researcher, the ancient Chinese and Richard Carrington did the same thing, which was to record the sunspot size in relation to the Earth-facing sun disk, respectively. I then asked myself, are sunspots and sunspot groups relative to flare strength? Now you can see here, this was the sunspot that caused the Carrington event. This is what the ancients witnessed. But were the flares relative to strength? According to this paper in Earth, Planets, and Space, the size of sunspots and sunspot groups are relative to flare strength. Quote, it had become clear that large sunspots groups with the potential to produce Carrington-class flares with areas more than 3,000 magnetosheath have appeared on a total of 119 to 139 days between 1879 and 2016. And a sunspot group with the potential to produce an X100 class flare appeared between March and April 1947. So we have definitely dodged a bunch of bullets. I then began to research any other ancient cultures and legends based on three-legged creatures. I then discovered the Triskelion or the Triskele, meaning three-legged in Malta. I noticed the timing of the earliest appearances of the Triskelion as well, which is about 4400 to 3600 BCE. I then assumed This is a good connection because it provided the time for civilization to migrate this far west from the cradle of civilization, and of course carrying with them the memory of the solar events these images originated from. In an article titled Isle of Man, Mystery of the Triskill, creative services professional and former journalist Ben Schmidt writes, quote, "One of the earliest uses of the triskill depicting human legs bent at the knee was an ancient symbol of the island of Sicily when it was a colony of Greece in the 8th century BC. Sicily's triskill depicts the 3 legs emanating from the winged head of Medusa, and according to Roman author Pliny the Elder, the symbol represented the triangular shape of the island." With all due respect to Pliny the Elder, for the sake of this presentation, I must ask the viewers to put aside the, quote, triangular shape of the island part of the story and consider what we have left of the Sicilian triskill when compared to the 3-legged crow image below. We have, quote, "Sicily's triskill depicts the 3 legs emanating from the winged head of Medusa," end quote. And then we compare it to the Chinese, where the ancients saw, quote, "saw sunspots and thought it was a crow." Can these similarities be an archetypal story describing a great cosmic event? It's my contention they are. Here's an interesting fact. I'm sure most of us are aware that the stories of Medusa and her ability to turn to stone any man who met her gaze. However, in the Japanese version of the 3-legged crow legend, Yatagarasu is said to have been petrified and turned to stone at Kumano Hongu, and this is the site that is listed. Here's another image of the triskill called the Snake Witch Stone out of Gotland, Sweden. Not much is known about this and much is speculation, but one can clearly see the triskill up on the upper part of the stone. The animals are credited as a wolf, an eagle, and a boar. And I kind of wanted to go on a side note there. In the Sweden area, I guess, in Finland, I guess Stefan would know about this, that they have the golden eagle out there, which usually has a lot of like dark brown, almost looking black plumage, so it could be almost associated with a crow. Just differences in culture, though, but they still saw basically the same thing. The motif of the snake witch or the snake charmer below it is similar to the mistress of animals or the Potnia Theron of ancient Greece and Mesopotamia, as well as the Pillars of Hercules motif and the head of Sinbad pictograph in central Utah. And I'm going to show those images right now. The image on the left is the infant Hercules strangling 2 serpents. The central image is the head of Sinbad panel here in central Utah. And then on the right, we have the Columns of Hercules by Guinée Serran Bagan. Hope I said that right. All these stories behind these images differ, but one can clearly see the similar motif, and yet these are from different cultures, not even completely isolated from each other.
Go back one.
Go back one.
Right there.
Yeah.
It's right there too.
Same motif.
Yeah.
So my contention is that that something was seen in the heavens, not just in the sky, but in the heavens globally at some point in time.
Right.
Ben Hyde and I make the argument that this motif can be explained by a plasma instability involving the polar configuration proposed by Thunderbolt's co-founder, David Talbot, and also just came to learn that Edo Cochrane has contributed a lot to this theory as well, along with the frequent appearance of twin comets. Now, this is my addition to this theory. I encourage you to view twin comets recorded through antiquity and their effects on world culture on YouTube channel Geometric View. And I'm going to give you a couple of the next slides. I'm just going to give a quick overview of this so not to get into it, because I know we might be getting out of time here. I think I trimmed off too much of my presentation. I might actually have a lot more time left.
Yeah. No question time is fine.
But yeah, I'll answer questions then. Okay, for example, we're getting back to the original picture from the beginning of this presentation. The image below on the left is a Photoshop image that I made from several images. The tree line and the pink aurora is from, I'm going to try this. I don't know Cyrillic lettering, but I just know how to pronounce the letters. So it's Yavi-A photography. I then mirrored it to give it an anti-confronted animal appearance and inserted the common images from NASA and enhanced it with green coloring for effect. I then laid it over an image of the polar configuration from the YouTube channel Cosmism. And when I was finished doing it, it was just basically those few steps. A striking resemblance can be seen when compared to the pottery artifact of Potnia Theron, or the mistress of animals. So according to some of Talbot's theories and Edo Cochrane's, they got the 3-body deity in the center, or the threefold deity, which basically has the ka from Egyptian, where you actually would have reaching arms or extended arms or a pair of wings. But my contention is that when you have something outside of the polar configuration, usually whenever the main deity is holding on to either animals, or there's just candlesticks or people standing and facing each other, they're called confronted. If they're with their backs to each other, they're called anti-confronted. And in this particular instance, they're anti-confronted. So I just had them set up like that. And then some of the petroglyphs that I've noticed that actually gave me inspiration to a twin comet theory. The left petroglyph was taken in Three Fingers Canyon, located in central Utah. These were taken by myself. The image on the right is a Fremen-style glyph taken at McConkey Ranch in northeastern Utah. Both images could suggest a polar configuration with twin comets present. The image on the right even has a, quote, arrow piercing the hearts of the gathered powers, as mentioned by David Talbot in Symbols of an Alien Sky. Now you can see here, this would be the outer ring of Saturn, Venus in the center, Mars is in there, and then you have an arrow just piercing right into them. But these two bodies on the outside was actually what caused me to think that there was something else going on. And this was the original petroglyph that gave me the idea, because if you have basically a polar configuration in this image right here, possibly with two comets approaching it, it was just the Earth changed its point of view during this cataclysm. Right. Now that I'm not just making it up just with petroglyphs and seeing, weird Rorschach tests, NASA actually discovered twin comets just recently, and they've actually set up this interactive site on the in the NASA Jet Propulsion Lab Center for Near Earth Object Studies, where they created an interactive site regarding the twin comets, and their names are 252P Linear and P2016 BA14. And these are Jovian comets, so everything is perfectly right in position when the polar configuration did exist, and everything got separated, but everything's still here, where you can actually see there's a plausible theory that we were actually experiencing twin comets in frequency. One just needs a Miyake event just needs a Miyake event with the polar configuration properly oriented to see some exciting events transpire in the heavens. Events which could have been recorded in ancient legends, artwork, and rock art. I think I did trim off a little bit too much, but that's okay. It's okay. The only thing I did take out was the outline in the beginning, so I figured I was running short on time. So this presentation has discussed how telluric currents are electric currents already in the Earth and can be stepped up in power during major solar events forming craters. This discussion covered how these same introduced currents can be responsible for shocked quartz and glassy spherules found in some meteorites and tektites, providing geophysicists with another tool to explain crater formation without solely relying on high velocity impacts. This presentation explained how a Miyake event could have induced telluric currents to form on People Dome, Utah, and the unique form of the now seen called obsession stone. The material provided today suggests that a triple Miyake event over the short span of approximately 250 years could have been responsible for the many creation legends told worldwide and influencing world culture even today. I would like to take this time now to thank all of you for your attention. As always, discern for yourselves and enjoy the rest of the Electric Universe on 2025.
Question?
Time to spare. With time to spare. I'm just going to get back here. So
I would like to ask a question, if that's possible. Can you
Sure,
hear me? Have
Yeah,
you looked at, have you looked, Robert, thank you for your presentation. Have you looked at kimberlite pipes? Because in my mind, the explanation that it's some kind of a volcanic eruption never made any sense. But what you're explaining there with the, what is it, the telluric
currents?
Those outbursts on top of the surface, if you will. They would make a whole lot of sense, and I forgot the name, but they can also be found around the Grand Canyon, where they originate from a deep layer. Have you looked at that? Please speak to it.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this a few years ago, and I actually agree with you there and that's kind of what led me in towards this line of research, looking into Jacob Gabel's experiments, where it shows the currents actually reaching up towards the ground. And if the current was hot, I mean, we know current generates heat, so it could have actually burned through, fused some of the material, causing, fulgurite-based material. And that's, as you know, that's where we find a lot of different minerals and stuff that
Right.
should be there.
Well, what strikes me, and just a comment on top of it, is that no matter where we look, the catastrophic events, if you will, seem to have created our wealth. And wealth, I mean, from the diamonds to the metals to the gold and the
Right.
minerals and the whatnot. Without those cataclysmic forces, we would not have had the ionic separations of the elements that we can now, take out from the earth to our benefit, regardless of other
I
issues
agree.
here.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you guys for this
Thank
wonderful
you.
event.
Good question.
Thanks, Edo. Anything else? Any other questions?
I would have a question as well. Like
Okay.
speaking of telluric currents, and like we have this huge abundance of aluminium in our crust. I have been thinking about, like, in ancient tales, like as also Velikovsky has collected in his own work about the boiling oceans. Is there any? What do you think about the possibility that the telluric currents actually heated up the ground or the bedrock so much that the ocean started to boil? Like, if there would be a huge amount of telluric currents and we have like all those metals and stuff in the crust, is there any possibility that it would basically function as an induction stove where we have the water and it just gets heated up?
I wouldn't be surprised if it did. I mean, because considering the power levels that we were talking about from one of the super flares. Now, that article spoke about super flares from 400 other stars that were similar to ours. They don't actually attribute solar super flares, to our sun. They're basically called Miyake events now, based on the carbon-14 spikes. But yeah, an event like that with that kind of an energy level, yeah, telluric currents do flow through the water as well, so they could have actually heated up the bottom of the ocean floor like a skillet or something, or a boiling pan, and just thought, yeah, it did cause the oceans to possibly boil and then precipitate out other materials on the ocean floor.
Well, if they did that, think of the roiling action, the boiling
Right.
pan, and also you have floods again.
Yeah, and then you would get all the bubbling and the floods, and that's what the metallurgists love to do. That's where the money's at, is in the bubbles, because that's where all the material collects to the surface of the bubble.
Hey, what's the name of that sample that you had, that you showed me yesterday?
Galena.
So she has a galena sample, it's about that big. And I looked it up and it specifically said that at the layering, there was the galena and then there was fool's gold, pyrite.
Okay.
Fused to the top of it. And it said specifically that there is a voltage discrepancy right at that boundary layer.
Makes sense.
Right there.
The dielectric here, right there.
Yeah, it goes back to what Edo said
Right.
about how catastrophes are what generates the wealth. It's like, yeah, there it is.
There it is, right there.
Yep.
Good question.
So. Ooh. And with that.
If anybody would like to check out that rock here,
All right, everybody, I think we're gonna call it good. This was recorded and I will post it up on different avenues so you all can see everything again, but officially, this is the end. Thank you all for coming.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Oh, you're
This
very
was a
welcome.
blast.
You bet. All right, guys, we'll talk to you all later.
Yeah,
You bet.
thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Everybody take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.